Just very chill. We're going to do some post-production in a few minutes here. I'm going to pop that chat out. And then I'm going to bring up my super chats. And we're going to do some editing. Probably going to put this one over here on the left, actually, because that'll be fine. Totally new format. Ooh. Around 50. Hello, YouTube. There's probably some pretty annoying sounds in the back of my microphone. I'm going to put a noise gate in there right now to have it on. Okay. That's probably a lot better. I want to have the attack be like, 10. We're going to hold for 200 and release for 200. How about that? Close. Okay. Let me know if that sounds choppy. Sounded better without the noise gate? There's just like a huge blower in there. If you guys hate it, then let me know. I got to punch in on that. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. So we're doing something a little different here. And also, there's no background music, and it's going to be apparent why in a minute. There's not going to be any background music today. Well, while we're warming up, maybe we'll throw some tunes on, right? Let me know if you want the noise gate out, though. I feel like that noise gate's a good idea. Let's get my lo-fi music. All right. So, hello, Lisa Mall. Hello, Chris Christensen. Hello, Nas Dawes. Hello, Omega Shogun. Hello, Will. Hello, Kat. Hello, Northwest Bourbon. Hello, Kate C. Hello, Frank Staff. Jorge D. Babadillo Teniente. Nas Dawes. Philip Tovel. Greg Nettles. Ash Rowan. Joshua Sedano. Soft Wolf. Frank Staff. Magic Durgan. Joshua Codered. Lettuce 470. Hello on Twitch to Indirect Jet, Uranium Kitten, Wiggle 77, Automatic Beats, Woohoo Jester, Masters of Loaves, Cognito, and Magic Thighs, who has been subscribed for 5 months. Welcome to the 5-month Street Club. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. YouTube, you guys are over here, which is why I have to look over here and away from camera. I'm sorry. Twitch, you guys are over here. Just to show you how I'm set up. I'll show you in a minute. The other thing I want to do is I want to YouTube. I am going to YouTube chat is fast. I have, not to boast, 1.6 million subscribers on YouTube. So on YouTube the chat runs la fast. Apparently I should insert ads, it says. Interesting. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna start hitting that insert ads button, guys, so deal with that. No, what I want to do is I need to go back to studio. What the fuck? Your channel? I am confused. Nope. Cancel. Oh, shit. I didn't mean to I put an ad in. I didn't really mean to. I'm sorry. I was kind of kidding. I'm trying to get to there's a page I have to go to in YouTube Studio so that I can pull up at frequent, at some times. Here we go. Earn. So if you guys really want to, if you got something you need to hear, need me to respond to, super chats. I will be checking them periodically throughout the show. Just a heads up. Okay. So what we're doing tonight, I'm gonna turn my head away from the camera here and snort because I got a post-nasal drip thing. It's pretty gross. Yeah, normally we edit all that out of the show. Magic Thighs says Twitch is for people who really want to read the chat. Cognito, 45 of us to 4,500 YouTubers, twice as twisted. Hello, Lord Blackthorn, lol. You've always replied to my comments. Thanks for always making us viewers feel heard. You do best. Scred, says ZX. Omega Shogun messaged. The Mega Seed drink you invented is my favorite of all time. Wow. Oops, too many ads. Oops, all ads. Gonna be honest, saw that you had 8 viewers when I tapped and was very surprised. You have only been live for 40 or 4 seconds or something like that. Your focus seems licked on my shoulder. Whoa. I don't know what that means. It's weird that I have to look this way to see you guys, though. I probably should try to do it over here, maybe. That's definitely a more comfortable place for my eyes to be. But, you know what? We'll do this. We'll put Twitch up there. That's better. All right. So here's the deal. I will not accept anybody's gifted consumables because I don't know that you're not some anthrax lacing freak. I love you all, but I don't want to die. Instructions from my wife, though. So yeah, people always want to send me their this or that or the syrup that they made, and it's like, sorry. They are Beyerdynamic headphones. Well, I don't have good taste in headphones. I needed these for work. I was a post-production guy. So let's get into it. What we're editing tonight is the after party for today's episode. It seemed like a fun thing to do. Here we go. Okay, there's my edit suite. And actually, it's not. I am crippling myself a little bit here for your benefit. Actually, I think we can stretch that out just a little bit more. Because I'm actually on an ultra wide, and so normally I use all of that space to edit in, but, you know, for TV, not really visible. We'll punch in there. We'll punch it on me, too. Hello, One Village Idiot. So, I'm going to have to kill the tunes, unfortunately. I have not looked at this edit since I reviewed it a while ago. What we're going to do today is... What? Oh, right. This is the edit I just released today. I was like, that's weird. It looks weird. Okay, so we go to Media Browser. We'll kill the tunes in a second. So we go to the Dropbox folder, edit share, zippity-doo-dah, go into Frozen Margs. But actually, I think we have a separate folder for that. Previous projects. We want to go to HTD projects, and then in here there should be a Frozen Margaritas after party. There it is, and there it is. It's going to scan this sucker. It's going to load it up. We're going to get the sequences. We're going to pull them in. I don't know, Scott. I'm leaning into because he was the executive producer who made the financing happen, and he wanted a big part in the movie. Edit sequences should be in there. Booyah. Boom. So we bring in these guys. Yes, sir. I love these. Moir hoodie. Yeah, it is. It's Moiri. It is not for camera, but I wear it anyway. I love this thing. It's like my... Ari Gold looks horrible since Entourage. Oh. I look like I look like Jeremy Piven after he got plugs. That's a good look. I'll take it. I haven't gotten my plugs yet, but someday. Someday soon. Let's put these into a bin. I'm going to call this Marge After Party. Holy dooly doo. Okay, we're going to open up version 3. Oh, look at that. Everything's offline. We got to fix it. We got to fix all the stuff that's offline, guys. We got to fix it. So it's in a nested sequence. And no, I don't want to open it like that. I want to open it in timeline. Open in timeline. This is Premiere Pro if you're having to be asking. Reveal in project. This is just the way you do things when you're very lazy. I don't want to go looking through the bins. Just reveal it. Reveal in project. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to do link media. Going to locate it. And there it is. I already knew where it was. Am I aware? Is there something earlier that I missed there? Gunky Zip. Am I aware? Aware? Like, wow, man. How are my awarenesses? Oh, the menu. We did that. It's in an upcoming episode of Midnight Local. I didn't like it. That's the long and short of it. Okay, all of our audio is offline. Revealing project. Boom, ba boom, ba boom, boom, ba boom, ba doom. And locate that shit, please. And we're linked. Is anything else underlinked? I don't think so. I think we got it all there. All right, at this point we have to edit, and to do that I have to kill the tunes. We don't need the source monitor. We're going to kill that. I don't normally do this kind of stuff, like where I make everything real tiny, but we need to be very efficient with my screen real estate here. So, there we go. Yeah, because I need a lot of window for what we're about to do. Give me the window, baby. Menu is better off being skipped. It just struck me as like the kind of, you know, if you look at like the history of like Best Picture nominees, like they're not usually the movies that had the most lasting cultural relevance. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't usually work out that way. Need extra monitors for the chats? Psycho Girl, I have extra monitors all over the place, but the problem is like they need to be where you're looking. When I'm gaming, I set up my heads-up display. It's kind of hard to use it when I'm editing. It's not impossible, but it's good for gaming. It's not great for editing. Because I have this, like, I call it a heads-up display. It's really just a teleprompter. Was that the Critical Role lo-fi? I don't know. It's a playlist of songs I made from Epidemic Music, which is a library I use. Well, okay, tunes are off. One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting. By the way, let me know if you need more sound from the edit, because it's a little low in the show. Hold on a second. Let me fix one thing here. I want to turn on the MIDI. I want to make sure you are active. Let's reboot it. I have a little set of MIDI sliders here that I can use to control audio in my show. Device is active, it says. I don't believe you. Where's MIDI? It's annoying that I have to, there we go. I have to turn it on all the time. And then the show is 1, 2, 3. 6 is Mac desktop. Yeah, there it is. Cool. Okay, let's see where we're at. One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting, is you can eat it like a cat.
It's gonna be a good after party.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is replace this because this ain't right. Project Frozen Margs. Oh, somebody let me know when I should throw more ads at you on YouTube. Apparently I can just like spam this button and make you look at ads. Papa gotta eat. Oh man, things have been not great on the YouTubes. Okay. Where is my effect controls? Man, this sucks. We're gonna need a better system. Well, we're not gonna get one, so it doesn't matter. Do a little tiny how to drink logo. And then do after party. If you've ever wondered what the how to drink font is, you're about to find out. It is Essential Graphics you do it from now. Eveleth Clean Regular. It's a pretty limited font, honestly, but it's good for me. And then you can do this guy, and it does that, which is weird. And there we go. Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. Now, it sounds quiet in my headphones to me. One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved picture here. But it's just because my headphones are turned down, I guess. Oh, this one is melting. That's better. You can eat it like a cat.
It's gonna be a good after party.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. I'm drunk. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas, and for us it was 5 seconds ago. For you it was a few days ago. If you've been following every single episode, and why wouldn't? So I don't personally like this song for the opening of the after party. I'm going to put in what I do like. Oh boy, this is a disaster. I hate working this tiny. Editing is so fun, says Ryan Rivera. This is a live edit. Well, the edit is already done. I'm doing my final pass on it, so. Put effect controls down there, whatever. Let's put essential graphics down there, whatever. Let's close that panel. Let's go over here. Okay. My music. The music I like is from... I think it's another fried chicken. Hey, Frank, thanks. Yep, that's the after party theme song now, kind of by default. And I'll just grab an out point. My God, this is cramped. I'm so used to having just an unbelievable amount of screen real estate. Okay, and then junk. And we're going to drop this guy down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you know what's fun for editing? Hold on a second. I have an app for this. There's an app for that. Keystroke Pro. And you guys can see exactly what I'm doing. Okay. Is it? Yeah, cool. Now you can see my keystrokes. I know you guys want to see that. You guys love the keystrokes, right?
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's...
Yeah, somewhere between 36 and 33 is kind of the magic slot for me. This feels bigger, though, so we're going to drop it another 4 decibels. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Give me a good after party.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. I'm drunk. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas, and for us...
There's a little microphone clickery-doodle.
Long time. I'm drunk.
Oh, cool. I'm not even talking there, so we can just slip that out. Slide that? Is that a slip or a slide?
I'm drunk. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas, and for us it was 5 seconds ago. For you it was a few days ago. If you've been following every single episode, and why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? And we made one right out of Dave Arnold's book, Liquid Intelligence. I strongly encourage you to get this. It's one of my favorite cocktail books, this and Imbibe. Really good stuff to have. And look at that, man. James Beard gave it an award. The IACP Cookbook Award winner. I mean, it's got awards. You should read this. Anyway, he's got all kinds of science in there about frozen cocktails that goes way over my head. But he does have a breakdown about how to make, like...
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this track either. I think we just want to keep it simple, stupid. Run this one to its limit, and then we'll switch it.
Frozen sours.
So what I wanted to show you is that this is, and this is why I needed as much real estate as I could grip my frickin' little dirty hands on. Display mode. This is actually a multi-camera edit. Zip. So if you're not an editor, maybe you don't know. This is kind of like what we call live to tape or live edit. So we have 3 cameras, and we can have a 4th as well, which you can see here. They're all recorded independently. And then I have keys over here so that I can switch them on the fly and, you know, cross-cut cameras really quickly. And I used to do that for a living for a minute.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved picture here, although this one... You can get like that.
But I actually don't need it to be in multi-camera mode for most of this work. So if we need to go in there, why? You're killing me. Ah, you're killing me. Clearing it out. Thank you. Display mode, composite video. I'll tell you one of the things I think is that for this eat it like a cat line, we want to go in even harder.
So you can eat it like a cat.
Really hard, right? We're at 115. Yeah, like, let's go. Let's get it in there. Go over 200. Perfect. Really show that gross tongue action happening.
Here, although this one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. And further, I'll even cut that a little bit. Ah! Close these other things. When will this be live? I think we're aiming for Thursday. Fridays have not been performing well.
Here, although this one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat.
Give me a good after party.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. I'm drunk. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas, and for us...
So you see this, there's a little edit tip, right? You see this little cross line I throw in there? I'll throw it out again. Generally speaking, when I punch in, you want to lay this on the eyes. This is a seriously cool trick. And then do your crop in, and then line your eyes up with wherever this was before. And then it'll really look like your camera person zoomed into the eyes. If you just increase the scale, it'll go here into my chest. Who's zooming into my chest? Some of you are. But I mean, in real talk, like who is? So just a little edit trick. Just a little something, something.
It was 5 seconds ago. For you, it was a few days ago. If you've been following every single episode, and why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? And we made one right out of Dave Arnold's book, Lick and Intelligence. I strongly encourage you to get that.
Thank you, Ray Stassi.
Listen and imbibe. Really good stuff to have. And look at that, man. James Beard gave it an award. The IACP Cookbook Award winner. I mean, it's got awards. You should read this. Anyway.
I hate working at quarter res.
He's got all kinds of science in there about frozen cocktails that goes way over my head. But he does have a breakdown about how to make, like, frozen sours in general. And I thought that was interesting. He's got a lot of stuff there about the relationship of sugar to spirits and to sourness that are important in getting a frozen drink. And he specifically frames it about being about sours, but I thought, wouldn't it be fun to try making frozen drinks that have no business being frozen? Wouldn't you like to try that, Meredith?
This is what we're doing here. The stuff that other people didn't try.
What am I running on this Dynamics? Is that a compressor that I set up? Okay. Oh, I threw an auto gate on these? Oh. Then why did she disable? Okay. Whatever. We have a parametric in there. Yep, we're trimming it out. Okay. So in this signal chain, it gates, then it compresses, then it expands. So let's turn on a compressor. We'll set it at a threshold of, I don't know, -8 with a ratio of 3:1. Great. And then we'll give it a makeup of 6. That should do her.
That have no business being frozen. Wouldn't you like to try that, Meredith?
This is what we're doing here. The stuff that other people didn't try. We're going to try it.
This.
Let's kill her auto gate because, like...
Try that, Meredith.
This is what we're doing here. The stuff that other people didn't try. We're going to try it.
This.
And if I'm not mistaken...
Wouldn't you like to try that, Meredith?
This is what we're doing here.
Oh, that's stupid. That's after the compressor? That's dumb. That's dumb as fuck. And okay, over here on this one, I want to... I'm fine having an auto gate, but I should probably be a lower threshold.
CP Cookbook Award.
Well, if she already did a manual switching on these, we probably don't even need it. Compressor though, right? So we're going to do the same thing. -8, 3:1, 6 decibels of makeup. Let's just see how that sounds.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting, is you can eat it like a cat.
It's going to be a good after party.
Some of my fans are really enjoying it.
Where is that extra space coming from?
Some of my fans are really enjoying this.
Is that me coming in on her mic?
Some of my fans are really enjoying this.
Yeah.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. I'm drunk. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas.
All right. Well, obviously I don't need this compressor on this guy.
And for us, it was 5 seconds ago. For you, it was a few days ago. If you've been following every single episode, and why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? And we made one right out of Dave Arnold's book, Lick and Intelligence. I strongly encourage you to get this. It's one of my favorite cocktail books, Listen and Imbibe. Really good stuff to have. And look at that, man. James Beard gave it an award. The IACP Cookbook. Try making frozen drinks that have no business being frozen. Wouldn't you like to try that, Meredith?
This is what we're doing here. The stuff that other people didn't try. We're going to try it.
This rapidly unfreezing.
Okay. This sounds good enough.
One of the finest things I've ever had. It is truly speaking to my soul. So in preparation for this here after party, he talks about making sugared booze. I have done just that. I have made sugared whiskey, sugared gin, and sugared Angostura bitters, if you can believe it, which he says it takes a hell of a long time, and it used to use superfine sugar. And then I went to the grocery store and I picked up powdered sugar. Not the same thing.
What just happened?
Not the same thing.
Something is weird here. Like, that's... Something went wrong with our mic. Like, see that? That's insane. Wait a minute. What the hell? Healing project. What? Why is it showing up as stereo? What the fucking hell is going on here? Modify audio channels. Sang dang diggly doo. What? What? Oh, dude. Oh, no. No wonder this is fucked. Shit. Scheiße. Oh my god, you guys are gonna have to watch me do one of the most obnoxious things an editor may ever have to do, because there's no fucking shortcut for this shit. This needs to not be a single stereo clip. It needs to be 2 mono clips, which means we have to reinterpret it. Now, that does not propagate on the timeline. So in order to do that, what I have to do is go through every single clip, match frame, and drop. Match frame and drop. Fuck my life. Fuck. So, and the reason we got to do that is because both of our audio was together there. There was no distinction between the two. Now they're separated. Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. Yeah, this is fine. This will only take me a century. There's like, I can be a little quicker about this sometimes, but I get into like a rhythm with my fingers and I do it on the keyboard, but I also tend to make mistakes that way. God dang, stupid freaky boo-boo. This is how, when you're working in post-production, your editor winds up stuck till 3 in the morning. And there's no escape from the edit bay. Anywhere. Now Meredith will be on track 1. And I'll be on track 2, if I'm not mistaken. It does appear to be under-recorded regardless, which is not phenomenal, but we can fix that at least. I know this feeling. Yes, I bet you do. God dang son of a bitch. What's going on here? Are you telling me that this doesn't sync now? Hold on a second. Let's just figure out something here. Put 20 decibels of gain on that.
It is truly speaking to my soul.
What? Why does that sound so spacey? What happened?
It's truly speaking to my soul.
Alright. We gotta fix this shit. This is not acceptable. Greg is editing. But like literally 50. Alright, well 50 might have been a bit excessive, it looks like. Set it to let's set it to 20. Let's try and figure something out here. Oh wait. That okay, I'm on 2, Meredith's on 1. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, cool. The audio is synchronized. It's just mixed badly. That's fixable. I was worried that, like, for some reason, I saw these match cuts here, and I was like, those weren't there before, so why? What's happening? What's going on? Oh, man. How did I fuck this up? You know what? I know what happened. I didn't build this for the editor. I just handed it off kind of raw for the editor to build themselves. And they didn't know the foibles of this project. I don't know what the term is, but they didn't know. They didn't know. What did I link in the description? I linked the podcast in the description. Hey, go check out my podcast, please. Give it a listen. It's called Midnight Local. You can watch it on YouTube too, on youtube.com/midnightlocal. They gave me that. They gave me that beautiful URL. It's amazing. You can't even get that anymore. It's very... I wish I could do the Trump voice. I was just going to talk about how exclusive my URL was. But good, we're 3 minutes into this timeline. I'm pretty sure it's about a half an hour long. So what do you guys want to talk about? The problem is I can't like read chat while I'm doing this either. It takes all my eyeballs. Every single one of them. Fuck my life. Anybody still say that? Fuck my life? I don't think we say that anymore, do we? Oh, Vegas, yeah. I remember I had a friend who was like, I am going to specialize in Vegas. And it was years ago. And I was like, why? It was just like, because it's cheaper. And I was like, yeah, but... It's fine, though. He just edited weddings on it, so... I mean, we may as well put the sweet tunes back on so it's not just me in silence, right? Literally just doing file replacements. Oh, man. God dang son of a motherfucker. Dibbly doo-doo. There is some Premiere wizard who knows like a script or something that would autopilot all of this, but it would take me long enough to... It would take me as long to figure that out as it would to just brute force it. Why is it called Midnight Local? I don't know. Why do you think? I promised myself I would never answer that question. You guys want an ad? Ooh, I'm going to give you one. I'm going to give you an ad. I hope it's not for something I hate. Here it comes. Ugh, stick it in there. It's going to be worth nothing. Like, there's 1,000 people watching. I think I probably just made $7. Boom, boom, boom. What is the lo-fi beats to study to? What is that? Is that like a... I feel like that's a Community reference. I didn't get into Community, but I'm guessing it's a Community reference. Notice you mentioned Hackmaster tables. I'm just familiar with Hackmaster. I've actually never played it. And I actually think I was reaching for Rollmaster, which Hackmaster is a parody of, but... where there's just like 10 billion tables for everything. I don't know if your script blocker is blocking the ad or not. I knew somebody who cursed like Ned Flanders. That's great. I was hoping to like not take all night on this and then make you guys watch me play Fallout 2. But it looks like we're just going to be doing this. Nice. Nice. I can show you something that's a secret, though. That sounded to me like the opening to the Twilight Zone, the movie. But you want to see something really scary? That scene fucked me up as a child. Yeah, but do you want to see something really scary? I have total DILF energy. Nice. I think that's a good thing to have. Thank you. Dad, you'd like to befriend. Friend. The Drunk Dumbo sequence? Do you mean the film adaptation of It's a Nice Place to Live or whatever it is, with the kid who's like in control of everything. That I'd like to find in a Home Depot. I love going to the Home Depot. Or Lowe's. I think I go to Lowe's more often. Oh, you guys are talking about... sorry, I thought you were still talking about Twilight Zone, the movie. I know what you're talking about with the Dumbos. The drunk elephants, yeah. That's a great scene. That's a great movie. You want to know some facts about that? I'll tell you all kinds of facts. So Dumbo was made during the big strike at Disney. And there was like a brutal strike. People, man, it was rough. There were... Disney was hiring thugs to break the strikers. The strikers were... it was intense. It was a tough strike. Walt left the country. He was like, you know what? This is just too upsetting for me. I'm getting out of here. I think that the reality is that Walt was too emotionally invested, and Roy told him, get the fuck out of town. You're going to screw up any potential for negotiations here, man. Just go. And also, I think there was a possibility that, especially back in the day, strike busting was filthy work. And I think there was some credence given to the idea, maybe Walt shouldn't be culpable. let's just send him to Hawaii. Anyway, so that whole scene, everything about the clowns in that movie, because that was literally made during the strike and basically by scabs. The clowns are the striking animators who are going to go ask the boss for a raise. When you did IATSC work, were you at IZOD Center? Where is IZOD? Is that up? That's the one in Queens or something? No, I was down in Atlantic City. Is the new convention center called the IZOD or something like that? I worked at the new convention center. I worked at Old Boardwalk Hall. I worked at the Trump Taj. I don't think I worked at... I was supposed to be on the list for Tropicana, but I never got called there. No, Meadowlands. Yeah, no, I never worked up that way. I was just in Atlantic City. It's Local 917 and the Philly one. I would only work with them sometimes. I was 64 maybe, actually. Thank you, the Cuckoo Kaju. AC isn't bad for New Year's events? Okay. I don't think it's good for much, but okay. This looks satisfying. You've never edited, but this looks incredibly satisfying. I cannot explain to you how insanely frustrating this is. This is a task that should not be necessary, but here we are, spinning wheels. How's my day been? That's all right. It's good. Yeah, but it wasn't the Philly, whatever. It was a union that covered the new convention center in Philly, in Atlantic City, and I know it was like Philly's jurisdiction somehow. And it was, I think it was 63. But whatever, I didn't do a ton of work with that. I was mostly 917. Sour stomach. I don't know what a sour stomach is. I think that's just marketing. That's like having gingivitis, which is a disease that was invented by so-and-so Lister, the creator of Listerine. I just literally, if I knew what it was, I mean, if you just need to take antacids, if you ever get like heartburn and then you take some Tums and you have the thing that Tums treats, it's insane how fast it works. It works instantaneously. If you have like upper GI tract heartburn, whatever you want to call it, gas, pain, reflux, acid in your belly. So if it's that, just take some fucking Tums. You'll feel great. It's all fun and jokes till your gums start bleeding. Your gums bleed when you brush your teeth sufficiently. I'm not joking when I say gingivitis was a term invented by the guy who made Listerine. That's a true story. That's not just some conspiracy theory. I don't think there's anything wrong with a little bit of bleeding from your gums. I mean, that's certainly what my dentists have told me. It's when, like, they won't stop bleeding. Like, they bleed when you're not brushing your teeth. Like, oh, shit, you've got scurvy, son. Well, for your sour stomach, if you haven't tried a bicarbonate, a Tums, see if that works. I mean, it's nothing more than calcium bicarbonate. And it neutralizes acids. It's a base, and so when you throw it in your stomach, same thing it does with vinegar. They neutralize. Only time I see my blood is when I pee, spit, sweat, or cry. I see. One of those porcelain vampire people. I'm saying he coined the term. That clears up what you meant, Dragonair Omega. No, I'm saying he invented the concept of it. He pathologized something that wasn't needing to be pathologized, and maybe in the 100 years since then, they have actually made it a thing. Have you ever heard your dentist use the word gingivitis, though? I haven't. They ever warned you about gingivitis? It's a marketing term. Yeah, Tums are cheap. It's like it's not the it's not the worst thing to just give it a shot. If it doesn't help you, it doesn't help you. But if you have baking soda, you can just mix baking soda and water and drink it. That's what they do in all the old-timey movies when the guy pulls up to the bar and he says, "I'll take a bicarb." That's all it is. It's baking soda and water. Sometimes they would mix in some aspirin or something. Halitosis was made by Listerine. Maybe I do have my shit backwards there. I'll admit when I'm wrong. It happens very infrequently, so. Yeah, I mean, and I'm branded bicarbonate? Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I'm serious. You can just take Arm & Hammer fucking... I think there's even instructions on there for, like, the amount to use. Like a tablespoon or two in water. You can take your fucking Arm & Hammer... Why can't I speak right now? Baking soda. Throw it in some water. Mix it up. Drink it up. Boom. But what about quinine? What about quinine? I'm not keeping up with that conversation. I apologize, guys. I'm doing my best. It's too much. It's just too much. I don't know why I get so excited when a multi-second audio clip gets dragged down. It's like watching some weird version of Tetris. Your friends talk behind your back. I mean, if you had really bad breath, all your friends probably would talk about it behind your back. I have worked with some people who had halitosis. It's tough. It is tough to work with them. Oh, wait, looking right. It is. Oh my god, we're at the 14-minute mark. And I think this is like 22 minutes of show. We're getting there. It is not weird to associate me with Stephen Hawking because he is one of the only men who ever lived to rival my genius. The man who's written more books than he's read. Some of you get that. How to cure minor inconveniences. It's a good topic. Good topicality, how to cure minor inconveniences. Just Greg's life hacks. Life hack number 1. Hey, you know those bills you don't want to pay? Don't. Man, you can drag those audio segments. I know. So in case you're wondering, what I'm doing is I'm clicking here, right? And then I push F, which frame matches, and it calls up the raw, which is over here, and has now been reinterpreted to be 2-channel. It has its in and out marked, so I just pull it down. Just do that over and over ad infinitum until we get to the end of the timeline. Does your car play CDs? It doesn't. Actually, no, it does, which is really weird. When I got my car, I got like a trim package. It was a little bit upgraded. And it included a CD player. I was like, why? Why is this here? I don't want this. CD's nuts. Ah! Fuck yeah. CDs of the future vintage, Greg. Yeah. Well, it's funny. Like, there is like a whole thing with VHS. Like, I know like I know of creators and stuff who are like really into VHS, which kind of, I get it, I guess. I don't know. I just think there is something cool about making old shit work. But it doesn't work better usually. But it's still cool to make it work. It just might not be better. It doesn't need to be better to be cool to make it work. Hello, England. I was like, why did she... Now I understand why she was like cutting in and out on that. Oops. Red Letter Media loves VHS. I don't love VHS at all. I just said that I don't love VHS. It's amazing. You could say something on the internet and the audience will hear... Whatever it is that you said, they're going to hear the opposite. I think that's great. I think that's one of my favorite things about being online. I've never seen anything by Red Letter Media. It's a great name, though, because I don't know what it means, and it does roll off the tongue very well. It's just like kind of semi-meaningless. It probably does mean something, but to the uninitiated, it's meaningless, but it sounds good, and that's like the perfect name for something. Do I have a wiki? I don't have a wiki. I think it's lame that I don't have a wiki. Nobody built me a wiki. I'm not important enough. I'm an unimportant man. Facts are facts, guys. I don't know what to use ChatGPT for. I hear all these people saying like it's gonna be revolutionary. I see all these TikToks. Here's how to use ChatGPT to fucking change your life. Here's how to make $1 billion using ChatGPT. It's just like I don't know how any of that works. I don't know what I would do with it. I think we're gonna do another episode though, with AI made cocktails, because in the past few months that's like one of the few episodes I've had that really seems to have struck any kind of a chord. Things are dry out there. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-dum, ba-dum. Boom, boom, boom. How would I make a Florida Man cocktail? The other day on a live stream, I made an orange Russian. And I think that's pretty close to a Florida Man, honestly. Use ChatGPT for workout routines. That's crazy. That would have never occurred to me. Wow. Smarter Child's like a really old one. I do think the AI stuff is really cool. And I think the people who say, oh, it's just a chatbot are wrong. And I don't know. I would say misguided about the nature of consciousness. They sold a VHS tape for $70,000. I would like to get in on that. That sounds great. That Thought Emporium video on instantly aging alcohol. I don't know Thought Emporium, actually. I don't know who that is. Oh, they did it for charity? Yeah. How noble of them. I wouldn't even know how to use ChatGPT for data entry. It's not like you can give it access to like a spreadsheet or something. That'd be amazing. I have access to Bard. YouTube gave me early access to it. Let me tell you guys something. It is not good. Smart drinks in the 90s? Are you talking about like smart water? I don't know what that is. So maybe the answer is no. I was pretty young in the 90s. Starting the How to Drink Wiki because again, Greg deserves validation. If you create a wiki, it's gonna be a nightmare because then someone's gonna have to. It's gonna get vandalized, and someone's gonna have to fix it. Drink related peeps. Do I follow other drink related peeps? I don't really follow anybody, and it's mainly because I don't really have a lot of media consumption time, and YouTube is not a place for me to like conveniently spend what media consumption time I have, right? I don't really watch YouTube, honestly. When I watch YouTube is basically when I'm uploading my videos. And I'll have something on in the background while I'm working on that. But generally speaking, it's this dude Board Gamer who talks about Star Citizen. So that's it. Big shout out, Board Gamer. Guy man covers Star Citizen. It is his whole reason for being, is talking Star Citizen. Alright, we finally finished this. Let's kill the lo-fi. Right, so all of this is under recorded, as you can mostly tell, or at least a lot of it is. This is confusing. So we're gonna, this is me. I'm severely under recorded. Give me 20 dBs. Give me even more. Give me, let's set it for 30.
Dave Arnold's improved.
50. That's too many. 40. Let's do 35.
Texture here, although this one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat.
Okay. And then we'll boost her again. I don't know, 20. Alright, that sounds better already. Yeah.
One of the very cool things about
Okay.
Dave Arnold's
Let's solo me.
one of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting.
Let's do a out there, and we'll run it in a loop. Loop it, please.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting.
Parametric.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting.
Look at that.
Like a cat. One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat. One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat. One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat.
It's pretty good flat, but we can play with it a little bit more if we wanted to.
This one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat. One of the very cool
Probably want to push
texture here, although this one is melting. So you can
right around here.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat. One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat. One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's
Yeah, that's good. A little bit more crisp.
This one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat. One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved
call that 2.
Although this one is melting.
Unfortunately, there's gonna be some background noise. Else, no, we're still working on me.
So you can eat it like a cat.
Okay, now I want to do. I used to just use this, and then set it to broadcast.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although
that sucks. We don't like that. This sucks balls, dude. This really fucking sucks ass. I don't know how this happened. I'm very annoyed at myself. Very annoyed. Okay. Set this to -12 with a 3:1 with a 100 millisecond release and yeah, a 1/10 of a millisecond.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's
and then hit it with some more gain since we now have a compressor on it. We're at 35. Cool. Let's go to 39.
Improved texture here. One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting, is you can eat it like a cat.
Okay, and now we're gonna do something stupid and annoying, but we're gonna have to do it. Save. V. Edit and audition. Why imply gain instead of normalizing after the compressor? It's a good question. Well, gain comes in before the compressor. So what I want to do is boost the overall. I don't trust normalization anywhere, by the way. I want to boost the signal and then get it way up to where it's audible and then prevent it from clipping, really. That's what I want to do. So it's gain first in the signal chain. And this is too big, so we lost the chat for a second here. I got to shrink it down, but give me a second. Every single fucking clip. Oh my god, I hate doing this. Well, a compressor, I mean, a limiter is a brick wall. A compressor is another way to limit. I don't know if I'm talking. So what a compressor does is you set a threshold, which I used -12. So when the audio goes above -12, it then applies a ratio of compression. So for every decibel above -12, if it's set to 3:1, it'll push it down 3 decibels. So that kind of more gently rounds off the upper end of your sound. Whereas like a brick wall limiter just, I'm not really sure how the math works out, but it just holds it 100% to wherever you set your doodad. You can, of course, you can clip a compressor. Of course, you can clip a compressor. That's why it's a gentle thing. So sometimes I'll do a compressor, and then I'll also well, what I usually do is I'll do a compressor, and then I'll do like a -1.5 decibel hard limit. But after it hits the compressor, bingo. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, right there. Maybe not that. Don't you not have that hiss? Just want one specific sound. X, noise reduction, capture noise print. Okay, Apple all. Effects, noise reduction process. Okay, yeah, so that fixed it. Okay. And now, believe it or not, all right, I'm trying to remember how to do this. There is a way to batch these. You do a batch process, okay? You do no preset. I'm trying to remember how you build these fucking things. Are you supposed to be hearing it? You don't hear it? Oh, that's funny. Oh, I know why. Hold on. You know, this will take 1 second. Desktop audio? Is that what you guys are coming in on? Probably over there. Yeah. We just need to add another source to that. And we're going to add audition. There you go.
Forget the ratio, we're going to put it up on screen. But like this almost is syrup. And again, I forget the ratio, we're going to put it up on screen. But like this almost is syrup. And again, no, I forget the ratio.
Let's do it.
And again, I forget the ratio, we're going to put it up on screen. But like this almost is syrup. And again, I forget the ratio, we're going to put it up on screen. But like this.
Okay, so you can hear the noise.
Almost.
All right. And if we do effects, noise reduction, run it. And then we have a noise print, I think.
This syrup. And again, I forget the ratio, we're going to put it up on screen. But like this almost is syrup. And again, I forget the ratio, we're going to.
That's pretty good.
Screen. But like,
that's our noise only. Right. That's too much. We're getting too much of my voice.
This almost is syrup. And again, I forget the ratio. We're going to put it up on screen. But like this almost is syrup. And again, I forget the ratio. We're going to put it up on screen. But like this almost is syrup.
Cool. So, and the reason we got to do that is because we had to put so much gain on that. Now, what I'm trying to remember is how do you add that process to every single one of these? Can I just do this? I might be able to. Probably not, no.
And again.
All right, I got to look this one up. There's a way to do that. Okay. Let's see here. How about batch process noise reduction? Okay. Talkie. Oh, man, dude, that is not what I needed to be doing. I have editors. We have, well, we're down to like maybe 2 now, 3. We have 3 freelancers that edit 4. A 5th is kind of unavailable. Yeah, we have editors. I'm just gonna fucking You know what though? I am probably doing this the wrong way. Because what I really want to do, and this is the easier way to do this. Maybe this will work. Reveal in. No, but if I do that, I'm going to have to fucking replace all of them again as well, won't I? Right, reveal in project. And open. Now this actually might work. Edit in. Can I not edit that in? No, I can't just take that from there to Adobe Edition. Really? It can't. Okay. Hit original. Oh, I don't want to do that. Quit that. Hit in Adobe Audition clip. What? Okay. Adobe Audition. Apply. Noise reduction. Batch processing. Nope, that guy fucking lied to me. I'm not signing into shit, motherfucker. That's what it was. Okay. Effects. I think I know how to do this now. Noise reduction. Where's that star? There we go. Thank you. Noise reduce 1. Okay, close. Now, what we do is we go over here. Should be able to pick out noise reduce 1. And then you just drag every clip into that. And then you run it. Boom. And then, oh yeah, why don't you? Oh, whatever. Oh no, we're not gonna worry about that. You come back over here, and you look at that one that had that little red light on it, and you try to figure out what the hell is that. Okay, well it's like broken. I had just some nothing. And then you just click on these, and then actually you can just do save all, but whatever. File, save all. Boom, and now Premiere Pro will pick all of that up. DaVinci voice isolation. I know that DaVinci has a lot of good things going for it. But bad news, I don't know anybody who knows how to work in it. So since I'm not working alone and I have to be able to interoperate with other editors, I'm not going to bother to fucking do that shit.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved...
Oh, wait. You motherfucker. We need to edit redo. I can't edit redo. I have to do that all over again, but that's okay. That's not actually a big deal anymore. Just delete all that shit. And the problem here is that I undid my send it to Adobe Audition maneuver, which means these are not actually those clips anymore. Edit clip in Adobe Audition. Total head count. Well, the show is owned between me, Meredith, and Stefano. Freelancers, we have Ryan, Rachel, Pedro, sometimes Bennett, and Jen. Those are 5 freelance editors. And that's it now. Used to be a crew of 7 people in the edit suite, in the production. But those days are long gone. I had to stop doing that, once we got into the pandemic. Who's your favorite? Me. How many days to do one video? I don't know how to count that. My freelance editors are all people I used to work with. So I was an editor for many, many years. These are all people who sat right next to me in the edit bay, and we worked on projects together for clients and stuff. Worked at ad agencies usually together. That's not to say that we're not always looking. We're not looking for more at some point. But I don't know that we are at the moment. Okay, so let's just grab all of these, drag them in, fucking run that shit. Great. File, save all. Oh, okay. Shit's busy or in an alert state, whatever the fuck that means. It's this one. Cool. We don't know why that one's busted, but it is. Oh, and that one is also busted. It's just like something wrong with those files anyway. All right, file, save all. Boom. My best tax evasion tip. You'd have to ask my accountant. I don't know. Can't it output as one long track? Yeah, in a multi-track environment it can. I kind of don't want it to do that, and also I'm not like super Audition literate. I used to be really literate in Pro Tools, but those were 10,000 years ago.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting, is you can eat it like a cat. Some of my fans are really enjoying this.
It's a little thin, but I'll take it.
I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time.
Given how much gain we had to throw on it, that's fine. We'll accept it.
It's gonna be a good after party.
Some of my fans are really.
I don't think it's as necessary for her. I don't hear it being an issue on hers, so let's just see how it sounds.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting, is you can eat it like a cat.
And then I do need a little bit more gain.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this.
I need more gain on these first few clips because that's just my underperformance. Gain, we're going to give it another, 6 decibels on top of everything else.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here.
What is that? What the fuck is that shit?
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's
Well, why did you do that? Just fucking.
About Dave Arnold's improved texture here.
Yeah, I don't care.
It's melting. So you can eat it like a cat.
It's gonna be a good after party.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. I'm drunk. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas.
So then I have this question. Why?
And for us, it was 5 seconds ago. For you, it was a few days ago.
We're trying so hard to get me out of her microphone, and it's impossible. I think it's like the shape of the room and the sound treatment of the room and stuff like that. I've used Resolve 10,000 years ago when I had a particular colorist that I had to round trip my Final Cut Pro 7 projects through Resolve to give them to the colorist. I haven't really used Resolve since. I know it's great. I can't use that free shit because I'm a 4K guy. Can I mute her track when she's not talking? Absolutely I can. Absolutely I can. That's a labor-intensive process. What I would like to do instead... Oh, and you know what? We probably don't want that on there anymore. And we might not even want that on there anymore.
If you've been following every single episode.
Yeah. Okay. Now, what I would love to be able to do, though, is to just put dynamics on there and gate her.
Just making a bunch of frozen margaritas. And for us, it was 5 seconds ago. For you.
See how that kind of works? The problem is that we want to make sure we don't gate into her. Right? See? So where is she?
It's gonna be a good after party.
She's down at 18, 21 or whatever. The issue isn't how low is she. The issue is what is the signal separation between her and me. Like, so if she's between 21, yeah, so like 21 is where her vocal range starts. Let's call it 18, or sorry, let's call it 25 to be safe, right? I'm equally loud. Like, I'm in her fucking mic. Then, we can't just gate that out, which sucks. It just does. It's annoying. So what we gotta do is we gotta go. Shit, God damn it.
Very cool thing. So Dave Arnold's improved texture here. Although this one's melting. So you can eat like a cat.
It's gonna be a good after party.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. I'm drunk. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. I'm drunk. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas, and for us it was 5 seconds ago. For you, it was a few days ago. If you've been following every single episode, and why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? And we made one right out of Dave Arnold's book, Licking Intelligence. I strongly encourage you to get.
Is that her?
We made one right out of Dave Arnold's book, Licking.
Yeah, it's just a gasp.
And we made one right out of Dave Arnold's.
The mics are Sanken COS11Ds, and they are lavalier mics. They're good mics. I really do think that the issue is that it's just the space, honestly, because she doesn't show up on my track nearly as much as I show up on hers. I'm loud. I'm presenting, and she's like right in the cone of my voice. Additionally, the bar behind me is essentially a parabolic curve. So yeah, I think it's just like a feature of this particular studio, and we'll solve it when we move.
Licking Intelligence. I strongly encourage you to get this. It's one of my favorite cocktail books. This is really good stuff to have. And look at that, man. James Beard gave it an award. The IACP Cookbook Award winner. I mean, it's got awards. You should read this. Anyway, he's got all kinds of science in there about frozen cocktails that goes way over my head. But he does have a breakdown about how to make like frozen sours in general. And I thought that was interesting. He's got a lot of stuff there about the relationship of sugar to spirits and to sourness that are important in getting a frozen drink. And
I don't know if we're moving soon, but we are getting closer to buying a house.
he specifically frames it about being about sours, but I thought, wouldn't it be fun to try making frozen drinks?
Could I phase invert my track and mix it down Meredith? It might cancel the bleed, but also might lead to artifacts. I'm not sure. That sounds like a really good way to get comb filtering. Yes. I'm not sure how I'd mix it down with hers. Oh, yeah, I know what I would do. Wait a second. Let's try that. That's a cool idea. Yeah, what I would have to do. Oh, man, this is, you guys, we're getting into some complicated shit now. All right, stereo imagery. Isn't there a phase inverter in here? I think there is. Swap channels, phase inverter allows it for invert. There we go. We got it inverted. And then what we need to do is make a backup. No, I don't need a backup. This is non-destructive, what we're doing here. Because if she had a cardioid mic with a narrow field, it'd probably be reducing that effect. Lavaliers are never cardioids. And actually, the mic that she would have, and we want her in a lavalier because she has to move. The mic that would do that is actually not a cardioid. It would be, well, I guess this is cardioid, but like a dynamic. Like this SM7B has tremendous cancellation, right? That's like what it's famous for. All right, we invert me. Then what we want to do is I want to do a send. I want to do, okay, wait a second. Add a track. I want to make a 0 vid. I want to make 0 that. I want to make 1 submix. Stereo mono. Right? Is that what I want to do? Should be mono? I think it should. Then we're going to send that to submix 1. We're going to send this to submix 1. And then let's hear what submix 1 sounds like.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting.
It's going to be a good after party.
So the trick would be now to turn all of these back on and see if I'm bleeding. Am I crazy? Is that the right way to do that? It might be the right way to do that.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. I'm drunk. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas, and for us it was 5 seconds ago. For you it was a few days ago. If you've been following every single episode, and why wouldn't?
No, it's not really. That's not working. But maybe I'm just not executing this correctly.
Why wouldn't you be? And
there's the submix there, right?
we made one.
Oh wait, no. Submix is receiving nothing, so we need to send, I guess, 0 decibels to the submix right at unity, and we need to send that at unity, and then
Right out of Dave Arnold's book, Licking Intelligence. I strongly encourage you to get.
And then we want to mute that.
This is one of my favorite cocktail books. This and Imbibe. Really good stuff to have. And look at that, man. James Beard.
And does that actually kill her voice too? Or is her voice still working? Yeah, that's killing it.
It's going to be a good after party.
So you can eat it like a cat. For us, it was 5 seconds ago. For you, it was a few days ago. If you've been following every single episode. And why?
Yeah, she is more than 3 feet away from me. That's also another good point. It probably won't help. Never mind. Let's just kill all that. It was fun. It was a fun idea. I liked it. It's like one of those ideas where it's like, oh, that's a great idea. That's my beautiful fantasy plan. And then it doesn't work. So it's a cool idea though. Yeah, I forgot. We're not actually anywhere near phase because she's far away from me.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one's melted, is you can eat like a cat.
It's gonna be a good after party.
Some of my fans are really enjoying.
And then I have to go through like this.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk.
We want to hear that too.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. I'm drunk. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas, and for us.
And then it looks like we've actually overgained it right here, and that's why I always use this gain. Oh shit, that's rendered in, isn't it? Fuck me. Fuckity duckity. Shit. Oh man. Man, did I really fuck this up? Is that going to be an issue all the way throughout? Yes. Presumably. Oh, okay. I don't want to not be doing this right now. Do I have enough undos? No, I don't have enough undos. I don't have enough undos. Well, no, you can't fix that.
I haven't been.
That's not good.
I haven't been drunk.
Yeah, we don't want that. Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
Drunk like this.
Let's try and pull an autosave. Son of a goddamn fucking. All right. It's 10:30. I bet if we go back to 10, we will have the work that we want, but not the work that we don't. Yeah. Cool. The work we want, not the work we don't. Okay.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting, is you can eat it like a cat. One of the very cool things.
Clear in and out. None. None. I want all that off.
I was just making.
Okay, what is we're right to the limit there, 35. Okay, cancel. We do want to have a lot of gain in here, but we don't want to have that much gain. We want to have it set to be 28 or something like that, a little bit safer. Do a quick looky-loo. Let's make sure that we are in the clear. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Yeah. All right. Sure. Totally. And good. Okay, cool. So, get out of there. Okay, do a fucking save as. Save as a new project. Okay. I gave you a job as a bar manager, man. That's awesome. I hope that that's a thing you wanted. Frozen Margs, Recover 1. Okay, and now I'm actually going to quit Premiere Pro because Premiere Pro now lets you do this really weird thing where you can open more than one project at a time, and when you open more than one project at a time, it's extremely hard to know which project you're editing. It's extremely bad at indicating which one is being edited, which one you're in, particularly if they have similar names. So just gonna quit and relaunch when that happens. This is why I like the lavalier better though. I have a tendency to like work the mic when I'm using a microphone, and it really kind of hurts my neck and shoulders. I have to be better about just ignoring it. Bitters on meat, huh? Deep faker voice. I don't know how to do that. How do you do that? That sounds cool. Frozen Mark product. Kill. All right, great. All right, we got our gain in there. Coolio. Boom. V. Let's actually go back to addition real quick. So this is the only part of this process that's destructive. So we want to make sure we leave ourselves with the room we need. Premiere Pro. Edit clip and audition. Why don't I just use adaptive noise reduction? It's because it sounds like a stupid, disgusting washing machine. It sounds like garbage. My workflow is mad interesting. Yeah, thank you. It's a remote edit workflow that we had to work out forever, and saved my ass when I figured it out. I take the media from the cameras, I ingest them into a project, I arrange the project for the editor, then I create proxies. The proxies are writing to a Dropbox folder. I save a copy of the project to the Dropbox folder. Everything is uploaded, everything is online. Tell the editor, here's the project file. They open the project file, everything is offline. You go to proxies, connect proxies. Do not go to media, link media, but you go to proxies, attach proxies. Boom. You can add, then you can edit the entire project off the proxies with none of the real media connected to it. When you're done, you save your project. I open your project. And on my end, it's connecting back to the raw media, right? So we can do a proper finish and an export that way. It's funny that you think I've dedicated so much of my life to cocktails. Not that I'm arguing with you, but in my brain, I've dedicated so much of my life to
very cool things. One of the very
media.
bad.
Let's find one that's got some good noise in it for testing purposes. Effects. So we've already got a noise print captured. The reason I got to dial this in is because it was at a different amplitude before.
Texture here. Dave Arnold's improved.
It's a little too much now, right?
Dave Arnold's improved texture. Here. Dave Arnold's improved texture 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 here.
Muffled.
Dave Arnold's improved texture here. 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 Dave Arnold's improved texture.
I'm cranking it now.
Improved texture here. Dave Arnold's 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 texture here. Dave Arnold's improved texture here. Dave Arnold's improved texture here. Dave Arnold's improved texture here. Dave Arnold.
Okay, so now I'm going to save that as noise reduc 2, I guess. Close. We got that dialed in. Noise reduc 2. Grab everything. And every clip here, although my voice is up and down, has the same level of gain. So it should have the same noise floor, same mic position, same everything. So we will apply uniform noise reduction to everything, which should make the media at least sound like it was recorded the same way. So if you just took that and normalized it, it's going to apply varying amounts of gain to every single clip. And you're going to hear that as the noise floor bumps up and down really aggressively. It'll drive me insane. That's why I don't normalize. There might be better normalized features out there now. The ones that every time I've tried it, I'm like, nope, it still sucks. There's also like in Adobe Audition, it has like match loudness. It sucks. I don't like the way it sounds. I would much rather manually apply. I need 15 decibels of gain, gets me in the zone. Do it the same gain throughout because you're adjusting your noise floor the same everywhere, right? That's just me and my ears. And it depends on like what the dynamic, like what's the range in your voice. My voice is all over the fucking place. Sometimes I'm down here. Sometimes I'm screaming, right? So it's going to apply a wildly different amount of gain on a clip by clip basis if you normalize it. That's all it's doing really, is it's applying gain. So for me, it does not work. Run it. Greg Screech, yeah. I should have a hardware compressor on my ham it all the way. I should have a hardware compressor on my setup so that it's happening like before it's recorded. Just a little compression. 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 or something like that, or 2.5-to-1. I would love to know why those clips don't work, but don't worry about it. Even if they're just like a couple of busted clips on the timeline. As long as we're good throughout here. Oh. All right, coolly cool. File save all. Save them all. Boom. While I'm doing that, I'm going to hit refresh over here and look at the super chats, make sure I haven't missed any. I don't think I have. Master attended bar for a friend's birthday. I did miss that. Seriously enjoying bitters and more drinks as time goes on. Need to try more absinthe rinses. Absinthe, so what you'll find out if you play with that is that like Angostura has a flavor profile that arrives pretty early in a drink. Pretty early. Absinthe has a flavor profile, at least when you're using it in small amounts, that arrives very late in the drink. So like if you find that the drink, I just want a little bit more out of that. You want to lengthen that flavor profile. Dash of absinthe will do it. If you want to come in a little bit louder, I'll find that Angostura will help with that. I don't know if Silly Palm is still around. I apologize if I missed that. Okay, so that should do for that Premiere Pro.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold.
Now we can apply gain, and look, we don't have anything clipped here. Once it's clipped here, if there's 0 gain on it, it cannot be recovered. It's blown, right? So now we've got plenty of headroom, and we did a good job of noise reduction. So I should be able to boost all of this, for example, by another 10 decibels.
It's improved texture here, although this one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat.
Great, perfect. It's as good as it's going to get. And then we don't need anything on hers, if I'm not mistaken. So now we can actually proceed.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved
just nuke hers here.
This one is melting. So you can eat it like a cat.
It's gonna be a good after party.
Some of my fans are really enjoying it.
That needs another 10 dB. You can hear how muted it is. I can.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this.
I mean, we might be able to do... This has been my multi-band compressor. Usually, but we're recording a different way here. This is like damn near autopilot. I just use this multi-band compressor.
I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. I'm drunk. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas.
And then do basically 0 gain. Or maybe we would do like 8 gain across the board, and that might just get us there too. Set gain to 0, because I hate...
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture.
See, it's already doing a good clean boost on it. If we turn it back off, you're going to hear it's not there.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting.
That's a great little preset. I love that sucker. And then if I do all of it gain, and then like just give it 6, right? Boom.
One of the very cool things.
Too much. Give it 3.
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting.
Take it.
You can eat it like a cat.
It's gonna be a good after party.
Now, to match me, she does need a little bit more gain, so that we're in the... Oh, she's already on 20. Cool. Let's make her 24.
So you can eat it like a cat.
It's gonna be a good after party.
Some of my
That's where we want it to be. Booyah. Save.
My fans are really enjoying it. Some of my fans.
Okay, and then actually, although I don't do this a lot, I will use a cross dissolve. Ah! Wrong button. Shift Apple D. There we go. A little cross dissolve action. Boom.
Some of my fans are really enjoying this. I'm drunk.
Her little off-camera laugh. We want that. We want that. If we can keep it. I mean, we're being a real nitpicker here, but.
I'm drunk.
And we want to keep that.
I'm drunk.
Yeah, see, that's the shit you gotta do. You gotta find those laughs and keep them.
I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long.
But then you gotta get out of it before I'm talking. There we go.
Long time. I'm drunk. I'm drunk. I haven't been drunk like this in a long time. I'm drunk. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas, and for us it was 5
Yeah,
seconds ago.
fun
For you, it was
times.
2 days ago. If you've been following every single episode, and why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be?
And you hear that little, is that a clapback? Is that the word? Yeah, clapback echo. I don't know why I can't think of that. It's not a clap back. Maybe it is a clap. Whatever. There's a tiny bit of reverb in there, clap reverb or whatever. And it's my voice showing up on her mic. If we just take her out.
I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas.
Bone dry.
And for us, it was 5 seconds ago. For you, it was 2 days ago. If you've been following every single episode, why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? And we made one right out of Dave Arnold's book, Liquid Intelligence. I strongly.
Was that her?
Dave Arnold's book, Liquid Intelligence.
We don't need that.
I strongly encourage you to get this. This is my favorite cocktail book system. Really good stuff to have. And look at that, man. James Beard gave it an award. The IACP Cookbook Award winner. I mean, it's got awards. You should read this. Anyway, he's got all kinds of science in there about frozen cocktails that goes way over my head.
Go back. I just want to double check that I do have that punch in and also that
One
we
of the
don't.
very cool things about Dave Arnold's.
That's a really obnoxious fucking sequence of edits. I really wish I had done that. Am I using Motion? No, this is Premiere Pro. Motion? Apple Motion? Isn't that like a thing that doesn't exist anymore? I thought. I'm gonna move that up, disable it. Boom. And we're just gonna try and do this. Something a little bit weird.
It's about Dave Arnold.
No, a gate on her mic won't work because the signal separation, like the distance in how many decibels my voice is and hers on the same mic, like we're basically just as loud as each other. So
About Dave Arnold's improved.
Yeah, that works.
Things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here. Although this one is melting. It's gonna be like that.
It's gonna be good after.
Good.
Some of my fans are really doing this. I'm drunk. I've been
Perfect.
doing this a long time. I was just making a bunch of frozen margaritas, and for us it was 5 seconds ago. For you, it was 2 days ago. If you've been following every single episode, and why wouldn't you be? Why wouldn't you be? And we made one right out of Dave Arnold's book, Liquid Intelligence. I strongly encourage you to get this. This is my favorite cocktail book system. Really good stuff to have. And look at that, man. James Beard gave it an award. And look at that, man. James Beard gave it an award. The IACP Cookbook Award winner. I mean, it's got awards. You should read this. Anyway, he's got all kinds of science in there about frozen cocktails that goes way over my head.
I think that after we recorded this, I fucked around with it a lot more, and I got better signal separation between our mics, by changing her lavalier sensitivity and where the pickup, the gain is added in and stuff like that. I think it's better now. Still not perfect. It should be better on edits going forward, if I'm not mistaken. But once we move, I'm going to be able to relocate her station someplace where I'm not talking directly into her face or something.
But he does have a breakdown about how to make like frozen sours in general, and I thought that was interesting. He's got a lot of stuff there about the relationship of sugar to spirits and to sourness that are important in getting a frozen drink. And he specifically frames it about being about sours. But I thought, wouldn't it be fun to try making frozen drinks that have no business being frozen? Wouldn't you like to
Oh, what was that? She said something, but she's off on the edit.
What we're here for.
Wouldn't you like
That's what we're here for.
Wouldn't you like to try that, Meredith?
This is what we're doing here. The stuff that other
Yeah, I want that. I want that little off camera piece there, right?
Drinks that have no business
That's
being
what we're
frozen.
here for.
Wouldn't you like to try that, Meredith?
But I don't want that. So we do a quick cut and a V and boom.
That's what we're here for.
Wouldn't you like to try that, Meredith?
This is what we're doing here. The stuff that other people didn't try.
But you see how like she does not show up on my mic. We can leave that alone. New house process. Inspections were on Friday. Trying to get a couple more inspections done. And then we present our findings to the seller and try to seek pricing concessions now that we've agreed on a sale price. I don't know how it works in other states, but that's how it works in New Jersey.
We're gonna try it.
This rapidly unfreezing frozen Paloma is one of the finest things I've ever had. It is truly speaking to my soul. So
like
my soul.
That should
So
be like
in
a-
preparation for this here after party.
I don't know what she said there. It was just kind of like a incomplete anything. Let's just take it out. Great price. Yeah, man. Great price has a very relative term these days. Yeah, let's get rid of that. We don't need that shit.
Here after party. He talks about making sugared booze. I have done just that. I have made sugared whiskey, sugared gin, and sugared Angostura bitters, if you can believe it. Which he says it takes a hell of a long time. And it used to use superfine sugar. And then I went to the grocery store and I picked up powdered sugar, which is not the same thing as superfine sugar.
Meredith does not edit. I mean, she's capable of editing. We both went to film school together, but she's never professionally been an editor.
Powdered sugar, which is not the same thing as superfine sugar.
All right, so what I need to do now is add even more gain to this because I'm like whispering here for some reason.
The powdered sugar, which is not the same thing as superfine sugar. It has tapioca starch in it, and I legit let it. It has tapioca.
Do I know of inexpensive dark beers? Not really.
It has tapioca.
But I'm not like a beer
It
guy.
has tapioca starch in it, and I legit let it blend for an hour. And I was like, it's still not dissolved.
Oh,
Then I found out.
Oh,
Then I found out it was the wrong sugar, and I just think this is regular granulated sugar. I just think this is regular granulated sugar in my blender, and it took about 4 minutes for each one on low. And so they're fully dissolved and fantastic. So this is, and it's interesting too, like, you know, like it has almost a consistency like simple syrup.
So like, I don't think that's the worst sounding with a little bit of space in it.
So this is,
I just don't like it.
and it's interesting too, like, you know, like it has almost a consistency like simple syrup.
That's a little cropped in. Why are we so cropped in there? You can't see shit.
Simple syrup. There's a
Yeah, that's fine. You don't need to crop in like that.
you know, like it has almost a consistency like simple syrup. There's a ratio in here about how to do these. I'll put it up on screen. I'm not going to recall it off of memory, but that's gin. This is syrup. There's a ratio in here about how to do these. I'll put it up on screen. I'm not going to recall it off of memory, but that's gin. This is, if I'm not mistaken, like pretty cheap bourbon, and that's my beloved Angostura bitters, but sweetened up. It's Angostura syrup almost. So let's make 3 cocktails that got no business being frozen. One of them might have some great business being frozen, but the first thing I want to do is make a martini.
A martini. Just a standard martini?
Martini.
A martini. Just a standard martini?
A standard frozen gin martini,
Okay.
as one does.
Okay.
As one does a standard frozen gin martini, right?
Not like a dirty martini.
Hell no! I want to make a martini Greg wants to actually drink, but not a dirty martini. Not a dirty martini, because I hate dirty martinis with a flaming fiery passion. That should be the secret here. Just using sugar booze, which will drop. Secret here. Just using sugar booze. Just using sugar booze, which will drop our proof a bit because like the sugar is taking up some of this volume, but that's the whole idea. I think that's the idea. Again, I just shot a whole episode where I had, I think, 5 or 6 frozen margaritas.
At least.
And frozen margaritas.
At least.
And I'm in orbit, or as my grandmother used to say, or as my and I'm on.
You don't want to cut audio.
And I'm in orbit, or as my grandmother used to say, Gregory, I'm as high as a Georgia pine, but I'm not drunk. Not only am I very drunk, but this book talks over my head a lot, so fuck it. Let's just give it a shot. Fuck it. Let's just give it a shot.
It's like a
So, fuck it. Let's just give it a shot.
It's like a textbook to you right now.
Try for 18 there because we're clipping her. There we go.
It's like a textbook to you right now.
No,
You're like, you put the what where?
it is a textbook. This is
Yeah.
a textbook.
What? Gain that 18. Gain 15.
Book to you right now.
No,
You're like, you put the what where?
it is a
Hey, Kenny, thank you.
textbook. This is a textbook on cocktails. I keep going back to this as if it was like a reference book and trying to make sense of it. So I marked a page. I don't know why. Oh, for his generic blender sour ingredients. 2¼ ounces of liquid that contains around 0.9 ounces of pure ethanol and 12.75 grams of sugar. You see my problem already, I'm sure. You see my problem already, I'm sure. A half an ounce of freshly strained lemon, lime, or other sour, and 4 ounces of ice, 2 to 5 drops of saline, or generous pinch of salt. Now that is for a generic blender sour. We're not going to do a generic blender anything. We're doing classic non-blended cocktails, but in a blenderly way.
Yeah, this is the margarita, frozen margarita after party.
So let's make.
Does editing like this make you extra self-conscious of things like crosstalk while filming? No. I'm terrible about crosstalk.
Let's make a gin martini. Let's make.
I mean, I try not to crosstalk because I try to give other humans a place to speak because I will just bowl right over you if you let me.
A gin martini blended, frozen. You know I got to kind of make 2 of these, right, Meredith?
Yes. Yes. I've got to be very careful with what I consume.
Yeah, you're going to have to take a nap on the couch. I didn't make 2, so the blender has something to work with. I don't need to pour 2. So that's 2 ounces of my sugar gin syrup, I guess, plus 2 ounces.
And we got her. Ooh, I want to put that in there.
Gin syrup, I guess,
Oh.
plus 2. I guess,
Oh.
plus 2.
Yeah, it seems to be kind of unrelated, but whatever.
2 ounces of sugar gin, so we can have 2 drinks.
What is that?
So we can have 2 drinks.
That's weird. There's like a pop that's not in the audio, but it's in my headphones.
As you are well aware, a gin martini calls for dry vermouth, and I'm using Baldoria dry vermouth. I just sampled this. Curiata sent me this in full disclosure, or maybe Baldoria through Curiata sent me this. These guys make some good vermouth. So I usually make my martinis very classic, which is a 2-to-1 ratio of vermouth and gin. I see no reason to deviate here. So let's do, we did 2 ounces of gin. Let's do, or 2 ounces of gin per drink. Let's do an ounce of gin, vermouth per drink here. And a lot of you are going to be upset about that, but like a lot of the stuff that you guys call a, wow, that's interesting. It's kind of reddish, but it is the dry vermouth. A lot of people like just a little spritz of vermouth. I don't even know how you taste that. And I like taste things for kind of a living. Maybe that speaks to my inability to, but like honestly, if you look at the classic recipes for a gin martini, they're like 2-to-1, maybe 3-to-1, something like that, ratios. I'm also gonna throw in 2 dashes of orange bitters here.
Isn't also like a martini is sort of to taste, right? Like it's
For
simple ingredients.
Absolutely.
Find what you
sure.
like.
So this is going to be my orange bitters. I guess it smells a little bit right now like the cleaning solutions I used to use in the American-based training because it just took me way back there. We're going to add 2 ounces, 2 dashes per drink, so 4. And that's it. We're going to add ice now. I don't know what the hell we're going to make. You know, it's crazy ideas.
This is a crazy idea. This is a crazy idea.
Have you ever seen?
Is there more of her?
Have you ever seen?
Like I'm supposed to be
Good
recording
Friday?
close-ups.
No, we don't need that.
This is a crazy idea.
Have you ever seen The Long Good Friday? I just saw it recently.
Nope.
I just saw it recently for the first time. What a cool movie. It is kind of just like a British gangster movie.
Go.
Starring Bob Hoskins.
Go.
Starring Bob.
There you go.
Movies.
I mean, like, that's not...
There you go.
Starring Bob Hoskins and Judi Dench. No, not Judi Dench.
Helen Mirren?
Helen Mirren. And
Helen Mirren?
Helen Mirren. And man, are they fun in this movie. There's a moment in it where Helen Mirren, like, he's in an apoplectic rage. Man, are they fun in this movie. There's a moment in it where Helen Mirren, like, he's in an apoplectic rage, and she has to stop him from going someplace.
There you go.
Starring Bob Hoskins and Judi Dench. No, not Judi Dench.
Helen Mirren?
Helen Mirren. And man, are they fun in this movie. There's a moment in it where Helen Mirren, like, he's in an apoplectic rage, and she has to stop him from going someplace. It's so authentic. And I saw it, and I was like, God damn it, that is acting. That is fucking acting. Like, oh my God. So authentic. And I saw it, and I was like, God damn it, that. And I saw it, and I was like, God damn it, that is acting. That is fucking acting. Like, oh my God. It's just, I don't know. I don't feel like you see before. She has to get, the way she has to physically bend over and stop him from getting in the car to go kill this guy that he shouldn't kill. It's so real. It really feels real. And I think that, like, the movie's great on the whole, but that one moment for me elevated it to this movie's amazing. It's just amazing moment.
And I usually take...
Cool things.
Ugh, fuck you. I usually take shakers and blenders and I drop them by like 12 at least. It's like they don't need to be that
Amazing. It's just amazing moment.
We need a little more oomph on that.
It's just amazing moment.
I mean, I don't like the sound of the noise reduction there, but
It really feels real. And I think that, like, the has to physically bend over and stop him from getting in the car to go kill this guy that he shouldn't kill. It's so real. It really feels real. And I think that, like, the movie's great on the whole, but that one moment for me elevated it to this movie's amazing.
not thrilled.
For me, elevated it to this movie's amazing. It's just amazing moment.
What was the name of that movie again?
The Long Good Friday. The Long Good Friday.
A Long Good Friday. That glass, great.
Looks
Just
like a
great
martini glass, right?
Sure does.
Okay, so we still
Great.
looks
Just
like a
a great
martini
glass.
glass, right? Okay.
Sure does.
Okay. So we still have some ice chunks in here, but, like, once again, Dave Arnold's math. Look at how nicely slushed that is. That is, like, right out of a slushy machine.
Sure does.
Okay, so we still have some ice chunks in here, but, like, once again, Dave Arnold's math. Look at how nicely slushed that is. That
See if Fertuline. Sorry, it's so late for you. Open in timeline. You are just a little. You're just a little too much. Just a little too much. We just need to drop your exposure by 0.5 probably. And then boom. Then go back to this. This is where I'm working. This is not where I'm working. This is where I'm working. There you go. Now it's not overshot.
in here, but, like, once again, Dave Arnold's math. Look at how nicely slushed that is. That is, like, right out of a slushy machine.
Like, what is the special thing about his math?
Sugar content versus spirits.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. That's basically what it is.
You guys watching Perry Mason?
That's basically what it is. I always like a frozen martini with a twist of lemon. Yeah, sure. Yeah,
Fat wash spirits. Fat wash spirits. So I think I've done them a couple times on the show. I did brown butter a few times. I don't eat mammals, and usually fat wash spirits means bacon, so it's like not gonna happen. Have I thought about brewing my own mead, dude? I just did it. We just did a whole episode on that Drumple. Just did it. Look up Skyrim meads. I made them all. I made all the meads in Skyrim.
Yeah, sure, whatever. We got some lemony twist bits in there, and then we'll throw in a couple olives.
Do you put olives in classic martini?
Well, I don't, but I think that the camera wants me to.
Put olives in a classic martini usually.
Well, I don't, but I think that the camera wants me to. And also, these are pretty tasty olives. These are Davinia organic pitted. Davinia organic pitted. Organic pitted Castel. Oh, these are Casteltranos. If you don't like olives, I encourage you to try buying Castelvetrano olives. They don't taste like the briny olives that you hate. Here we are, one frozen martini. Frozen.
So honest question out into the aether. Why am I watching someone edit when I go to bed and get up and edit and resolve in the morning? Because that's how you learn. I'm teaching you.
Martini. What are you laughing about?
It's just like the pinky.
Ooh, what happened to her mic there? That's not her mic.
What are you laughing about?
It's just like the pinky.
It looks ridiculous.
Yeah, it looks ridiculous.
I like these damned olives. All right, let's try a frozen martini. That's good. Let's try a frozen martini. That's good.
I'm starting to like it better with her mic open, which is kind of insane.
Let's try a frozen martini. That's good. That's really good. Holy shit, that's kind of cool. Oh my god. Meredith, give us a sip of this. Damn. Oh my god. Meredith, give us a sip of this. Damn, I was really expecting this to be wretched, but like that's... Dave, have you tried that? I'm sure you have. It's not in your book, but like that's good. Isn't that good? Like that's good. That's good. Isn't that good? Isn't that good?
Yeah.
We can't have problems with the audio like this in the future.
Good?
Yeah.
These are not the problems that I want to solve.
Holy shit, that's good, right?
Okay, this dispels the myth.
Man, oh man.
Okay, this dispels the myth.
We gotta have these problems not be a problem
Okay, this
in the future.
This dispels the myth that frozen drinks need to be sweet.
No, yeah, it doesn't need to be sweet at all, apparently. Well, it does. Because we added booze. I took a bunch of granulated sugar. And again, I forget the ratio. We're going to put it up on screen. But, like, this almost is syrup.
But it doesn't taste sweet.
No, it tastes very savory. A big part of that is the Baldoria vermouth, which has a lot of...
I'm hardwired on my lavalier. Meredith is remote. I use the wireless a lot when I'm live streaming. I'm not at the moment because I'm very lazy. I have two different types of body packs. These are Sennheiser AVXs. They have a built-in auto gain control that is, you can't turn it off. It's really annoying. They're pretty good for run and gun single shooter stuff. But they were pissing me off because we kept getting my voice in Meredith's mic, and I kind of thought that might be part of it because it was like coming up to pick me up across the room. So we got one of the E300s or E500s that Sennheiser makes. I don't know what it is, but it's just like straight. It's just like straight sound, right? And I think that's a little better for that. I have just created something. I'll show it to you real quick. Another position, and I think if I film anything over here, I will be using my wireless. So this is another setup that I developed past 2 days. I decided I needed this camera position, and I had to do it with exactly the space I had and with the exact stuff I had on hand. So this, I don't know if you know this or not, the How to Drink bar is in the back of a garage. This is now the front of the garage, so I just turned the camera around 180 degrees. In fact, over here on the one side, you can actually see this is some of the bottle storage. No, I'm not running either the ME2 or the MKE2. The mics I'm using are Sanken COS 11Ds. They're slick. So, and this is what we call sound blankets that I had, that I tacked up. This is a leftover piece of wood from the bar build. And I got like 5 Godox TL60 lights that I lit this with, and then this little practical back here, which is on a Hue smart bulb, so I can dial that into something if I want. This is like the $0 setup, man.
Verdant, herbal components to it. I want to see if I get the. I want to see if I get. I want to see if I get the bitters. Probably I am. I think so. I definitely got the lemon. I think you're getting the orange bitters in that. I know you're getting the lemon. I think the lemon is really important here. Obviously, what I did is ugly as hell, but all those lemon oils wound up in the drink anyway. That's kind of cool, man. That's really cool. I want olives. Those olives are really. All right, well. All right, well, let's do another one. I know. For reals. Oh my god. I know. For real. That's kind of cool, man. That's really cool. I want olives. Those lemon oils wound up in the drink anyway. That's kind of cool, man. That's really cool. I want olives.
Next episode of Midnight Local is, oh god, I think it's the menu. I think next week is the menu.
All right, well, let's do another one. For reals. Oh my god, that's so good. I really thought this was gonna be shit. Meredith, I don't even like martinis that much.
I know. Well, and I can verify because I'm not drunk like you are, and it's still good to me. So.
I thought menu was okay. I mean, you'll have to hear my opinion of it on the show.
Good, dude. What the shit? All right, well, let's do. Why did I?
Old fashioned or Manhattan?
Oh no, it was Manhattan. That's what it was. It was rye. I made sweet rye for Manhattan. I'm trying to remember why I did what I did, and I was thinking like a frozen whiskey sour. Well, it's obviously going to be good, but a frozen Manhattan. That's another thing.
Yeah, that's a challenge.
Right, exactly. So here we go. We're going to do the 212.
I was in the 212 on the upside.
I was going to say, you know what the 212 is, right? Like 212 is it was the area code for Manhattan addresses for Manhattan phone numbers for years, but it's also the ratio for Manhattan. Let's add 2 ounces per drink of our sweet rye. So that's 4 ounces. There we go. 4 ounces of sweet rye.
With the AVX, well, you don't need to worry about levels. If you're getting too much crosstalk, what you can do is shift the audio. Shift the audio and delay, which I think is 19 milliseconds first hardware. Where would I shift that delay at? Techno Pilot. There is some phasing issues on it, yeah. The other problem, though, Techno, is that I didn't like menu that much, honestly. I kind of disliked it. There were things about it I liked, but the other issue though is that even without the phasing, the issue is that when my voice comes under her mic, it's too spacey. There's too much reverb because she's across the room and it's a concrete garage, So
we want 2 dashes of Ango, hence 212 per one of these Manhattans, and now we need 1 ounce per of our sweet vermouth range. 1 ounce per drink, so 2 ounces.
I may freeze all. I may freeze all of my drinks in the future, though. I feel like it would
Is it in camera or dual source? Yeah, it's a complicated mismatch, man. I can walk you through the audio signal in a second because it depends on which content it is, which is, I know, insane. So I got 2 tracks of audio in my Shogun 7, which is the off-camera 4K recorder monitor that the main camera feeds into. So I have a little Mackie mini mixer or whatever that my 2 lavaliers are plugged directly into hardlined. Then that spits out and feeds into the 4K Shogun 7 recorder, right? So when I push record on that, it records my lavaliers and the main A camera simultaneously, which is how I set it up for recording solo in the pandemic, and it was perfect for that. It was all together. Then there's an output. Those 2 audio channels come back out of there, and they feed into a Sound Devices 4i4, which, because there's only 2 audio channels on the Shogun, I can't put Meredith in there when we added her to the show. So I got the 4i4 because I figured it'd be useful, and also it gave us more audio channels. So I've got Meredith on input 1, and then 3 and 4, or 2 and 3, are backup recording of myself. So there, it's all 3 sources together on a single device. Then we matrix her mic and my first mic as left and right out, and we take a stereo mini, and that feeds across the room into the ATEM. Yes, there's a delay adjustment in Shogun. Then that feeds into an ATEM mini, which, so when we went to the 3 camera setup, which is Meredith for after parties, it's the only place we use it is for the after party recordings. It lets us not have to repatch anything and just push record on the ATEM mini ISO. We get our 4 cameras and we get our 2 microphones all separated. I'm not using the 4i4 as primary. What I'm using is 1 track from the 4i4 plus the 2 tracks from the Shogun, which really should be the same thing as the 4i4 as my primary. Then the other place that we get the sound from when we're doing after parties like this is all of that down chain just off of the ATEM mini. I know, it's insane. It's insane, Technopilot. When we move, I may rethink it, but honestly, I may not. Like, the only thing I might rethink about it is that I might just make the audio, I will still pass the audio through the Shogun just to make it easy to synchronize it, but then I might end up replacing it with the 4i4 audio. But like, it's exactly the same, which is why I kind of don't, you know what I mean? And to me, it's like, well, it is earlier in the signal, so if there is any degradation happening, just why not just use the first stop it records at, you know?
I may freeze all of my drinks in the future, though. I feel like it would make me drink a lot slower. I may freeze all of my drinks in the future, though. I feel like it would make me drink a lot slower.
Well, obviously it's sort of working.
Not me.
B, I like things very cold. It is messier, though.
All right.
These ice slaps are too fucking loud. Yes, explain gain staging to me.
It is messier, though.
All right, here we go.
I think this is the frozen cocktail revolution.
Frozen Manhattan? Let's see if it's any good.
I'm not like I'm not super sound man, you know what I mean? So if you want to explain gain staging real quick, or maybe I should just Google it later. I would love to have fewer issues with our sound.
All right.
Basically, it means only amplifying levels along the chain. I think I'm doing that right. I mean, I think if I wasn't doing it right, I would have
All right.
I think if I wasn't doing that, I'd have shit fucking clipped, right? Like I have a clean signal, so I must be doing it right. Is that if you're turning down the levels in the chain, you're building and pumping the noise. Yeah, exactly. No, you're right. We only go up. I mean, really, we don't really only we go up once. That's it. You know, there's a preamp, and then everything is basically at unity. Yeah, everything's at unity. That's right. Once we get through the preamp, there's no reason to come up or down from there. I should look though. I might be doing that wrong in one case because I wear 2 lavaliers, and one is at, you know, unity, and then the other one is supposed to be attenuated by 10 decibels. And now I can't remember if I'm attenuating at the gain or at the mix. I should check that, but that's all. But I don't know. Maybe I do want to attenuate that at the mix. No, I want to do it at the gain because the gain is before the preamp, right? Or is the preamp. The mix is post preamp. So if it clips, you want to boost in the quietest amplifier. Yeah, I mean, the differences are minute. You know, it's modern. If I was on, if we were working with, you know, tube amps or something like that, I'd probably care a lot more. Yeah, that's true. The Sound Devices would be the quietest. Sound Devices doesn't have enough outputs though. So the Sound Device 4i4 only has that single stereo mini jack output, so you can't really use it as a preamp the way that I want to, like to patch that back into the Shogun 4K recorder. It can't get there. I guess and then it certainly can't get there and to the A10 Mini without some kind of a splitter or a mixer that pass through first. It's a lot. Like weirdly, this like A to B to C thing is kind of the best. Yeah, the 4i4 is it's meant for field recording. It's meant for a sound person to sit there with it on their, like, strapped to their chest while someone else is boom operating and stuff. It's built for that. The 688 and the Mix Pre 2 series. Gotcha. Yeah. The 4i4 is pretty cheap. And actually, it might not even be a 4i4, but it's the 4 one, whatever it is. Maybe I might be confusing nomenclature between Sound Devices and Focusrite, because Focusrite uses I have a Scarlett 4i4 here. I can go grab the fucking thing if I really wanted to. It's not hooked up to anything right now, but I think it is a Mix Pre 4 or something like that. But whatever the case, it only has a single stereo output, which is a mini thing. And then it's neat. You get to pick what's on that stereo output. It's got like a little matrixing thing, and you can pick if it's pre-fader or post-fader, all kinds of stuff. But to get... Anyway, this is slowing me down.
All right.
And what we got to do there... Gotta do this. You can't not. It's a Mix Pre 4. There it is.
Let's see if it's any good. All right. Oh, it smells like bananas. But I can see how the rye would end up like that.
Yeah.
It smells like bananas. But I can see how the rye would end up like that.
Yeah. I don't think it's for you. That's okay. I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Just...
That's okay. That's okay. So.
Okay. Just... Oh, wait. I don't think they have a lot to do with each other, though, do they?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Not sure what I did there.
It's for you. That's okay. So.
Okay. Just... Oh, wait.
So.
Okay, just oh wait. Wait.
Okay.
Okay, just oh wait. We had olives, now we have cherries.
That's for you. That's okay.
Okay, just oh wait. We had olives, now we have cherries. Hold on. All right, here we go. Frozen Manhattan. No, that's not. That's weird. That is nowhere near as good as that frozen martini. That frozen martini was good.
You see her noise floor is really high, actually. We could probably actually, that's like just a, it's a good place to work on this. We can probably just EQ that out and not even need to worry about doing a noise reduction. I did not realize I was going to be doing this much fucking audio editing on this. Comb filtering. Do. I can show you. I can show you our memory requirements in a minute. There's probably like a preset built in for exactly this set of harmonics that I'm now filtering out, but whatever. No, I don't care. I don't know. I don't have that, you know, I can't listen to my own voice thing. Obviously it would be impossible for me to do this job. I'm just kind of an egomaniac. I love myself a whole lot. I'm very well adjusted in that regard. I have no trouble just listening to my own voice all the time. Psychotic. I wish I had another answer for you. I've never been somebody who like had an issue with public speaking or anything though. You know, it's funny. Premiere Pro, they don't like the presets. Premiere is pretty bad at the presets for audio mixer stuff. That's not bad. Listen to that. You hear that? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm comb filtering manually. Here, I'm gonna crank up the show and you can hear what I'm doing. Okay. Here it is. I guess you can't hear it. Is that just like not? There it is. Okay, you hear that? And then here's with the filter on. It's pretty good, baby. Not bad. Ooh. Oh, it could be a fridge hum. I mean, she's on like 20 decibels of gain, so it could just be the preamp too. Ah, what the hell? Those are the time panels. Clearing in and out. And there we go. Much better.
No, that's not. That's weird. That is nowhere near as good as that frozen martini. That frozen martini was good.
Yeah, it might be the freezer. You guys are probably right.
That's not. That's weird. That is nowhere near as good as that frozen martini. That frozen martini was good. I don't know. Wait a second. I just had a bunch of cherries. So martini. That frozen martini was good. I don't know. Wait a second. I just had a bunch of cherries, so my taste buds might be thrown off.
I'm gonna.
I don't know. Wait a second. I just had a bunch of cherries, so my taste. No, that's not. That's weird. That is nowhere near as good as that frozen martini. That frozen martini was good. I don't know. Wait a second. I just had a bunch of cherries, so my taste buds might be thrown off.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, you guys it probably is the freezer.
Right. I'm gonna try it. Manhattans aren't normally my fave.
What is the reason you don't feed Meredith into the camera input and then hardline your lavs directly to the Shogun, skipping the pre-mixer? I had considered that. I had considered plugging her into the camera and then having her sound come in as the camera audio over on HDMI. It feels awkward. I'd have to have a receiver on the other side of the room. Right now, all of these controls are behind the bar where I can tweak them. Like, you can't see it, but like under the bar, I've got the mixer, the recorder. All of this stuff is right there. Then there'd be a receiver that's just like in the middle of the room on the camera where nobody could see the battery or, the levels on it. I don't know. It doesn't make me the most comfortable to run it that way.
Right. I'm gonna try it. Manhattans aren't normally my faves.
Manhattans aren't normally my faves either. Okay, it's better than I thought.
It tastes like a.
No, you haven't seen this episode yet because I'm editing it.
Faves.
Manhattans aren't normally my faves either. Okay, it's better than I thought. Manhattans aren't normally my faves either. Okay. Okay, it's better than I thought.
It tastes like a Manhattan.
It definitely tastes like Manhattan. I just don't know if I like it frozen.
Maybe something bitter frozen maybe is not. I don't know. I think it's okay. It's not as good as the martini.
Well, so this is the after party for that episode.
He did say it doesn't work so good with like brown liquors, like oaking. Like the oaking of a brown spirit, it hurts the drink. Like it's not great. So that could be a factor here. All right, I'm gonna dump this one.
Not bad. Not great.
No, not bad, but like. No, not bad. Bad, but like.
Not bad. Not great.
No, not bad, but like the frozen martini was fucking good. Meredith, I'm fall down drunk.
I know. I know. That's what we gotta get through this one.
All right, let's make a frozen. Let's make a frozen Trinidad sour. So here we go. We're gonna do 3 ounces of my.
We do HDMI out direct to the ATEM. Damn it. You're right. We could do that. Well, the ATEM doesn't need to worry about follow or not because it's an ISO recorder. It just records everything separately. Put all 3 under the bar. Run your levels there. Well, again, so we have 3 we have 3 channels of audio to record. Although I don't hate that idea. It's like a pretty clean idea. For live stream, I actually do it a different way. For live stream, I throw on one of the AVXs and it gets plugged in right back here. We don't use the ATEM for live streaming. It's a nice idea, but I have developed such a robust OBS system that it's frustrating. No. Yeah, we live streamed from it once. Yeah, so you could record 3 into the sound devices, and you'd only be able to pick 2 to send to. Well, there's a hitch there. You could send 2 to the Shogun. The thing is, the Shogun uses a Limo plug breakout, so there's 4 XLIs, 2 XLRs in, 2 XLRs out. But the sound device's output is only a 3.5 millimeter stereo jack. And I feel weird about taking a 3.5 millimeter stereo jack and then splitting it into a pair of XLR. I don't know. It seems weird.
Frozen Trinidad Sour. Take a frozen Trinidad Sour. So here we go. We're going to do 3 ounces of my sugared up Angostura bitters.
What do I use to stream? I'm getting a very... Wait, sorry. I apologize. Salamufari, you're getting a rebroadcast vibe here. Oh, I know why. You think I'm not paying attention to Twitch. I'm kind of not. I'm sorry. I'm live on Twitch and YouTube at the same time because I'm breaking the rules. And so, unfortunately, YouTube is getting my first set of attention. I apologize. Yeah, it's not a rebroadcast. Hello, Salamufari. I didn't see you come in. I'm not so good. No, it's fair, Salamufari. It's totally fair. I'm being a piece of shit. It's totally honest. Yeah, I guess we could do that, Technopilot. It's an interesting idea. What do I use to stream? I'm on my edit Mac and I use OBS. So I have an editing Macintosh and I use OBS as a streamer. OBS is called Open Broadcast. Open Broadcast something. Open Broadcast Streamer? I don't know. It's a open source community built streaming software, and it's Open Broadcast System, says Magic Thighs. It's potent. You can do crazy shit with it. It just takes time to build it. And I've been building my stream environment for like fucking years now. And the first time I went to go live stream from the A10 Mini, I was like, OBS runs great on my Mac. I have no issues whatsoever. None. There's a couple of plugins that I can't access that I miss when I was streaming it from my PC. But honestly, like the one got turned off. Like I really liked face tracking that Zamar's Stream Effects was using based on the NVIDIA Developers Kit SDK. But then he like took that out. Like the face tracking got turned off. And that was really the one thing I wanted real bad. And now it's not there anymore. So I'll tell you this. The Mac, when I switched, I was originally on the Mac and then I had to go to PC for streaming for a while. And then I came back to the Mac. Audio routing, software audio routing on a PC. I could not believe that that's how it works on a PC. It is insane. It truly blew my mind to discover what an obtuse nightmare system it is. You got to use, as far as I can tell, there's no good anything built into the Windows about it. You end up having to get like that fucking voice meter shit. The creator of that had an unbelievable public meltdown on Twitter. It defies reason. And you have to use virtual audio cables that suck. They just suck. The way that they work is not intuitive. Nothing about them works the way you want. And you only get 4 and you have to pay for each one, which is insane. Whereas on a Mac, I have loopback audio, which is a piece of software I bought one time. And over here are virtual sound cards. Each and every one of these is its own audio device, right? And this is desktop audio. And I can add any piece of software or any audio input or whatever to desktop audio. And then in OBS, I just pick up desktop audio as a input device on OBS. And it's amazing, right? So, and like this is Farrago. This is my music system that I'm running. I'm not sure why I routed Descript into it at some point, but I guess I did. And then because of the way the Scarlett 18i8, which is my sound card, works, you can see right here, everything is stereo pairs. So to de-stereo them, you just make a individual device for each input. This is the 1, right? This is the channel 1 input. This is the second input on the 18i8. This is the third input, right? So it's just like, I don't know, man. Having to do this, trying to figure out how to do this shit on a PC, like, hurt my soul. Loopback. I don't know. What do you use Audio Hijack for? I forget what that one's for.
Each Trinidad sour gets half an ounce of rye, so we want 1 ounce of rye. We have sweetened rye. Let's use that. So 1 ounce of sweet rye. Trinidad sour gets half an ounce of rye, so we want 1 ounce of rye. We have sweetened rye. Let's use that. So 1 ounce of sweet rye. We want 3/4 of an ounce per of lime juice, so that means 1.5 ounces of lime juice. Let's split some limes up here.
Oh, that fucking hurt my ears.
This is it. This is the last one we're doing.
Has
Cutting you off.
I can't.
The last one we're doing. Cutting you off.
I can't even stand up, man.
I use Farrago, which is another Rogue Amiga product for music playback when I'm live streaming. I have my Stream Deck. I have a plugin for it where it can act as a MIDI device, and I have all of these as MIDI inputs. So I can go to my Stream Deck, which I don't think I can squeeze into camera. It's on too short of a cable. Go to a panel that have these things, right? What drives me crazy, though, is to make these, I had to take like 30, these are like radio stations. And I took a whole bunch of audio tracks from Epidemic Sound and I cut them together that are like 40 minutes long or whatever. And then I export them as a single audio file, right? And that's all these are. It's just an audio file. But they have this thing where it will play through tracks linearly. So you can put tracks in. I have requested so many times that they just make it so that when it gets to the end of the list, it starts over. They won't do that. I don't know why they won't do that. I just want this to loop. Just let this loop. It makes me insane. Makes me insane. The only possibility is, I just realized, like, maybe you can just add that sound set as a pad here. Nope.
I can't even stand up, man. 1.5 ounces of lime juice for this, because we're making 2. It'd be 3/4 otherwise. And I'm only making 2 because blenders work better with more volume in them. We want 1 ounce of orgeat per. I only have these little bits of orgeat left. I got BG Reynolds and Small Hand Foods. I'm just gonna take a sample of each one and see which one I like better for this drink. I really need to either acquire more orgeat or buy or make some. Reynolds and Small Hand Foods. I'm just gonna take a sample of each one. Totally different, by the way. Look at these 2 orgeats. This one has the fat left in. This one's clarified. Let's try the BG Reynolds. It might be better for this choice, for this drink. All right, let's do the BG Reynolds. 2 ounces of orgeat because we're doing 2 drinks. All right, now we're ready for ice, and we're gonna blend this drink. God, I don't know why, but this orgeat is reminding me of the Tiki House in Key West, right by Mallory Square, where they make pretty okay Mai Tais that you can get in a to-go cup.
Colorado biker. I'm glad. Well, I'm glad your liver thanks me.
I don't know why, but this orgeat is reminding me of the Tiki House in Key West. And I'm pretty okay, especially considering what they charge, which is 10 or 11 bucks, which is cheap. If you went to New York City to a tiki bar and you got a Mai Tai, I think you're gonna spend a lot more than that. Let's put some ice in here. A little bit of.
Just blow straight into your microphone, Greg. That's a classy move. There you go. I don't know how to do triggering with the HDMI stuff. One HDMI into the sound device? No, it doesn't take HDMI. I wish. It doesn't. The Mix Pre 4 doesn't have an HDMI input.
A little bit of garage floor on there.
So I should clarify. I don't really do the edit anymore. What I have is freelance editors who do first pass. I make notes. Then we do a second pass. Usually we don't need a third pass. Then I take it back and I do a final pass on it. I am an editor. Like, this is how I made a living for a long time. This is what I did as a mini. Oh shit, Techno Pilot, man. Fucking A. Fucking A. Wow. Wow. So I'm going to split my HDMI, yeah. Man, we should try that out. Should definitely try that out. I'm going to give that a shot. The key is the right splitter. Yeah, I have some splitters that are finicky. And I hate dealing with that HDMI shit.
Adds character.
Just adds a little character.
Just a little character.
Just a little something, something, you know what I mean? Let's hope this drink is phenomenal.
Yeah, I used to work... hold on a second.
Let's hope this drink is...
Well, I went to... Meredith and I went to film school together, too. We're film school kids. You did kind of just blow my mind, KBA, or Techno Pilot, yes. And Techno Pilot is definitely the MVP of chat. Oh, Jam Gabar. I can't find the voice guy meters meltdown. I don't know what his handle is. I think he may have deleted it and gone private or something. But like, people were like complaining about like this shouldn't be this complicated. This shouldn't be this complicated. And then he got really defensive about it, and he was like, well, look, if it's too complicated for you, maybe you should just like read a book. You should learn better. And it was like a pretty famous, like a larger creator he was responding to. I hate to say that, but I think that's a factor here. And the dude was like, yeah, but like, you just don't need to make your software work like this. Like, you could make this software much easier to understand. And he kind of kept avoiding the question until he finally just like went ballistic and erupted and did this whole thread about like, I have made it intentionally obtuse so that filthy casuals like you cannot use it. Ha ha ha. It was like, and he defended that point like for days. Like, I was like, holy shit, man, this is crazy. How much of the guy on camera is me? He's me, but he's me turned on. You know, I mean, that is my personality. It's just that, you know, volume of 11.
Is phenomenal. The one thing is, it might foam like crazy because Orgeat will do that.
Sorry, fucking murdering my ears.
Frozen Trinidad Sour, thick. Love it. That stuff is gonna nuke your brains. All right, I'll see how this one came out.
Excited for you.
Me too. I really like that. I want to try something. I really like that. I want to try something. Try it, Mare. I think it's undersweetened. I think it's undersweetened. I think it's really good, but even though we added sugar to the Ango, I think it's undersweetened. I'm just going to add, I don't want to add liquid.
Network type meltdown, yeah.
I'm just going to add.
I'm mad as hell. I'm not going to take it anymore.
It's a sorbet. It's a sorbet, bitter sorbet.
Should we add an egg to it? Should we add an egg to it?
No, do this. This is good.
Because a sorbet would have an egg in it, and then it would like turn into ice cream.
All right, I'm getting an egg. Do this. Do that. I'm getting an egg. Do this, and then we'll do that.
Oh yeah, I can't cross all that because it's all fucking rendered. And you know what I gotta do is this. This is where the pop was. It's gotta kind of fade there. I'm sorry for spitting into the microphone.
right, here it is just...
What's N?
All right, here it is just with extra sugar added. All right, here it is just with extra sugar added. That helps. That helps it a lot. That is so fucking good. That helps. Helps it a lot. That is so fucking good.
Yeah, it does help him.
Let's try it with some eggs. What do you think, whole egg or egg white?
For
You can do it with a whole egg. But...
One large egg in its shell?
Some eggs. What do you think, whole egg or egg white?
It's going good.
You can do it with a whole egg.
We're finally getting through this shit.
Whole egg or egg white?
How to make sorbet?
You can do it with egg white.
How to make
You
sorbet?
can do it with a whole egg.
One large egg in its shell?
In its shell? They use the shell? I mean, that's in its shell. In its shell? They use the shell?
It's a drink we invented. It's kind of it's Angostura ice cream is what we called it.
I mean, that's not impossible, but that's crazy talk. All right, well, we're not doing that. I mean, that's not impossible. That's crazy talk. All right, well, we're not doing that. I got most of the shell. There's still some in there.
But one whole egg, so.
Oh, God, there's so much timeline left.
Let's see if this is a sorbet. Well,
Nope, got a little liquidy.
yeah, we've blended it so much. That's the thing. That's fucking insane how good that is. That's fucking insane how good that is.
Oh, fuck. It's like
That's like if you made ice cream from Angostura bitters.
Angostura ice cream. Did you put the rye in there as well? Oh, man, that's good. Holy shit.
Holy shit, that's good. What if?
Am I the editor? I'm not, as I was explaining, I'm not the editor. I'm like the final editor in the chain of editors.
Holy shit, that's good. What if?
Put that back.
Murder my ears here. Oh, well, yeah, 24 decibels a gain. I'll probably do that for you, right? I really screwed up this one. It was a mistake we made for one day of shooting.
Yeah.
Put that back in it too. It'll help thicken it out like the original.
Yeah. Put it all back in there.
Yeah.
That's gonna change our sweetness, though. Oh my God.
I know. Well, you can add a little. I know. Well, you can add.
Let's go with like, what the fuck am I doing? 17.
Add a little more sugar in too.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take
Well, you
this.
can add a little more sugar in. I know. Well, you can add a little more sugar in too.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is there anything you've ever wanted to make on the show but you can't, whether it's because of an ingredient availability, the trademark? Well, I don't worry about trademarks. There's no drink trademarks. They're totally non-enforceable. Or copyrights. Trademarks would be enforceable, but copyrights aren't.
Well, I think it's sweet enough, but yeah.
Well, now we added that other drink. We just
I
gotta
know.
add a little. I mean, we have no idea what these measurements are. We have no idea what these measurements are. We don't even know. It's off. We're off the rails and off the.
The entire thing we're doing right now, Jacophiltrades, is dealing with the fact that my voice winds up on Meredith's mic. That's basically the entire problem here.
We don't even know. It's off. We're off the rails and off the chain.
This brings sugar booze to a whole new level.
Okay, we got nice and thick now. Sweet mother God, is this good?
Oh, I didn't get that.
Okay, we got nice and thick now. Sweet mother.
I never forgot it was Jack of all trades. So I've seen that name around before. I was reading this. Jack of all trades. I thought it was like a Dune reference or something.
God, is this good? We've made Angostura ice cream! The world. We've made Angostura ice cream!
I did clip there just a little.
Ice cream!
We can live with that.
The world will never be the same.
I know, we've reached the pinnacle of how to drink.
The world will never be the same. This.
Let's go just 20 there. Let's go with 18 there. There we go. Brought it back into.
Same.
I know, we've reached the pinnacle of how to
The
drink.
world will never be the same. This is a revolution. Try that. Oh, it's so good.
It's one of the best things I've ever tasted. I'm like. Tasted. I'm like. I'm not even like being like hyperbolic. Like it's the most amazing thing I've ever
What the
tasted.
shit, dude? Angostura ice cream.
And it just keeps going too.
It is paradise. Oh my God. I think you would get better texture with more eggs because like the volume.
Isn't there a thing that prevents a mic overlap? I've seen it before in recording, Bruce. Well, the producer doesn't talk when they're recording. I guess there are plugins for the mix pre. What you got, Technopilot? Man, this guy's a wizard. No, I didn't really like Dune either.
You're like, I don't know. We just threw some eggs in
You
there.
can definitely perfect this.
No,
yeah,
it could
yeah.
be dialed in.
Game Grumps use it because they record in a room. Headphones?
God. I think you would get better texture with more eggs because like the volume here, like I don't know. We just threw some eggs in
You
there.
can definitely perfect this.
No,
yeah,
it could
yeah.
be dialed in, but like.
You could also make it more of a sorbet so it's more solid so you could eat it with a spoon.
Yes, you could. Yes, you could. The world is your oyster. You can do so many things with this. Sweets.
Oh, it's an auto duck, yeah. It's just sidechained compression then, I guess. It's funny, I actually have sidechain compression in my OBS rig.
Sassy Molassy. Wow.
Oh, Technopilot is referring to Mix Assist. Gotcha.
Wow. Is that something else? What did we say we were going to do that was
I'm actually getting rid of the deer head, I think.
another frozen drink?
You're talking about Negroni.
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
All right. I don't know if you're going to beat this, Greg. Do you
No,
want to
no,
come
no,
down?
no, no.
I'll have to test out that Mix Assist. I don't know if I trust that kind of stuff, but
Negroni.
Oh, yeah, let's do that.
I don't know if you're gonna beat this. All right.
Is that my mic making that?
All right.
Nah, I just don't like the way that sounds.
All right. All right. I don't know.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. I don't know if you're gonna beat this, Greg. Do you
No,
want to
no,
come
no,
down?
no, no. Nothing's gonna beat that. I mean, I kind of want to save all of this.
Oh,
Yeah, hold on.
Siri's
Hold on.
You're gonna save it.
We gotta save what we got here. Look at how much of that we made. Wow, Negroni. I was like, what are we making? I couldn't remember. 2 ounces.
Why are we
2
doing
ounces. Remember,
Why are we
2
doing
ounces.
Trinidad?
2 ounces. So 2 ounces of our sweet gin.
Just sounds like you're calling it your sweet gin. My sweet
gin.
2 ounces of my sweet gin.
Oh, the sweetest.
No, noise gate hasn't worked for me because my voice is louder on her mic than it is on mine.
This gin. That's supposed to be southern, by the way. I hope it doesn't read some other way. 2 ounces of Campari. And the reason it's 2 is because we're making 2. Usually you do like 1.5 or 1. I might need to like increase the volume of this overall. 2 ounces of
Techno, I think it's got a lot to do with the shape of the room, right? So first off, I'm at the back of basically a parabolic curve. If you see the bar wall is at 45-degree angle, not parabolic, but I'm at a dish. Meredith is sitting perhaps 8 feet away from me, facing me. And then the room she's in is a concrete garage. I don't think you guys understand how not roomy the single car garage that the bar is in is. There's no room to put up. I have some cloud panels over my head. She is sitting in front of my mic in my column of air. Like, she needs to be off axis. Like, there's no way for me to get out of her mic. We have done a lot. We've done better than this too. I've tweaked it from here quite a bit. Yeah, I'm not gonna buy ozone.
Dolent sweet vermouth. Clumped together. Whoa, that's too much. Clumped together. Whoa, that's too much. That's enough. All right, we're going for a frozen Negroni. Meredith, do you like a Negroni? Meredith, do you like a Negroni?
Meredith gets up and moves around.
Me either.
You know what I
Either.
A 2-car at the new place, but it's pretty deep, so I'll be able to fit between 4 and 6 sets in there if I really want to.
That's enough. All right, we're going for a frozen. I might need to like increase the volume of this. It's supposed to be southern, by the way. I hope it doesn't read some other way. 2 ounces of Campari. And the reason it's 2 is because we're making 2. Usually you do like 1.5 or 1. I might need to like increase the volume of this overall. 2 ounces of Dolent sweet vermouth. Clumped together. Whoa, that's too much. That's enough. All right, we're going for a frozen Negroni. Meredith, do you like a Negroni? Me either.
Oh yeah, headset with a wire. That's a funny idea. Yeah.
You know what I really like is a
Moving. Congrats. Did you convince her to dedicate a room to aging cheese and brewing beer? My wife? I don't want to age cheese or brew beer. I don't eat a lot of cheese.
You know what I really like is a
DJ, is this the part where I have to explain to you that Meredith is not my wife?
Fagroni, especially like on this journey, because
Non-alcoholic.
You know, what I really like is a Fagroni, especially like on this journey. Because
Non-alcoholic Negroni.
Yeah, because it actually does feel like drinking a cocktail because of the bitterness.
Yeah.
And so you kind of sip it like a cocktail instead of a fruit juice.
Oh, we got the texture.
So I don't hate a Negroni, but it's never my go-to.
I bet a frozen Cosmo would be good now that I look at this pink thing.
Like, we could keep going. If this is a thing, we'll bring back frozen drinks.
Yeah, for real.
Oh, maybe.
You got mini olas instead of oranges? All right, fine. What are you doing? You're just getting mini olas.
Now, Meredith would hate being married to me.
Yeah, for real.
Because I'm male.
Oh, maybe.
You got mini olas instead of oranges? All right, fine. What are you doing? Just getting mini olas. All right, let's see how this frozen Negroni is. I like it better than regular Negroni. That's not bad. It's like less aggressively bitter. It's toned down. It is nothing like a frozen drink you've ever had because it's super bitter. It's less bitter than a regular Negroni. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Check it out.
You know, it'd be really cool is your techno. If you're pouring through manuals, see if you can figure out how to get a record beep. I want an audible beep on my Shogun when it stops recording, because every so often we will bump the. Well, Meredith's gay. Every so often we're gonna bump the. We bump the Shogun and the input HDMI gets interrupted and it doesn't tell you. It just stops recording. It doesn't alert you at all. I feel like there should go beep, just like any little sound would be fine.
While I dig back in on my sweet fucking Ango ice cream.
Oh, yeah. The Ango ice cream has ruined me for... Oh, yeah.
That seems like, beep. It shouldn't be hard to have a beep. Just put a beep. Make it go beep.
The Ango ice cream has ruined me for the rest of frozen drinks of my life.
Unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's so good.
Yeah, you get that stupid rabbit, man. I was like, what is isn't it? No, it's not a rabbit. It's a kangaroo, isn't it?
It's a drink you've ever had because it's super bitter. It's less bitter than a regular Negroni.
Oh yeah, DJ Drac, where do you do that? I have the little LED, but it's not my line of sight. What would be good, I guess, would be to have like an actual tally light. But if you ever price out tally light stuff, I'm like, I'm not spending $1,500 to set up a red light that turns on when I'm recording.
All right, let's see how this frozen Negroni is. I like it better than regular Negroni. That's not bad. It's like less aggressively bitter. It's toned down.
I don't edit. Oh man, someone else explain. Sorry, it's a question I've answered a few times.
You're just getting mini olives. All right, let's see how this
I do.
frozen Negroni is.
I can edit. I am an editor.
I like it better than regular Negroni. That's not bad. It's like less aggressively bitter. It's toned down.
Yeah, but a big old school on-air sign doesn't help me. It needs to actually be receiving signals from the recorder.
It is nothing like a frozen drink you've ever had because it's super bitter. It's less bitter than a regular Negroni. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Check it out. While I dig back in on my sweet fucking Ango.
It's not a program. It's a piece of hardware, Drac.
Oh, yeah. The Ango ice cream has ruined me for the rest of frozen drinks
So I don't have the opportunity to use the NVIDIA noise cancellation app
of my
It's
life.
unbelievable.
because that's on a PC and I'm on a
all-
Mac. So it's just not available to me in my pipeline. Let's set that gain to 16. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an okay editor.
Oh, yeah. The Ango ice cream has ruined me for the rest of frozen drinks.
This edit's going to be a mess. The audio is going to be so fucked up, and I just don't have the time to really fix it.
Unbelievable. It's so good.
Like
What a fun thing to discover.
Not
All I can say
splitting
about
your
the Negroni after
HD.
that is, fine.
It's fine. Yeah, it's
Don't know what that means. Not splitting your HD. No, James, I'm pretty aware of how drunk I am.
fine. Yeah.
Oh. putting Windows on a Mac hard drive. Jesus Christ. No. Why would you do that? Windows sucks, dude. I'm sorry. We were just talking about this before. Like, it is so limiting in what it can do. The only thing I'm losing out here on is like some third. It's not even Windows. First off, I don't have an NVIDIA card in my Mac, so meh. But secondly, like, it's not Windows that's doing that. It's NVIDIA. It just happens to be an NVIDIA thing.
It's fine. Yeah. It's fine. Yeah, it's true.
Sure. Oh yeah, the Ango ice cream has ruined me for the rest of frozen drinks of my
It's
life.
unbelievable. It's so good.
like
What a fun thing to discover.
All I can say about the Negroni after that is, fine.
It's fine. Yeah, it's true.
Sure.
Yeah, you're
not?
absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It is just fine. It's unbelievable how good this frozen Ango is. Oh my god. God, I love discovering stuff like that. That is so much fun. It pains me that I'm so drunk because God, I love discovering stuff like that. That is so much fun. It pains me that I'm so drunk because I can't finish it. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us for. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. I can't finish it. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with us for this after party, which was probably the most after party of all after parties we've done so far because I'm friggin' hammered. I am.
Nah, I
am fully
I'm kind of just being silly.
At this point, I don't know how I'm standing up. Sweet Jesus, you gotta make this Angostura ice. Angostura ice cream.
Yeah,
make this Angostura ice cream.
Yeah, that goes on my death row list.
Death row?
Yeah, your last dinner, the last thing you'd eat.
Sure, for sure.
That might be on it.
God, what a depressing thought, Meredith. Why are you bringing me down? You bring me down with all this dead talk.
You've never had the.
Nah, I still haven't done that. You're right. I'm lazy.
You've never had the. You've never had the what would be your last meal conversation?
I try not to think about dying too much. As per
actually,
my
this
hero.
is death row dying. Not.
It's even worse.
It is worse. It's bad. It's
get in the chair. Good night. Good night. Thank you for joining us for this beautiful after party. I'll see you guys very soon with another episode of How to Drink, the show that I've been making for a very long time. Good night. Good night. Thank you for joining us for this beautiful after party. I'll see you guys very soon with another episode of How to Drink, the show that I've been making for a very long time. So long. So very long. So many times. So many times I've made episodes of this show. Like what, 400 episodes?
I wonder. I haven't looked in a while.
I haven't either. It's
now that we're doing 2 again, it's
hit me up with a count in the comments. I will see you guys next time. In the meantime, social media and Patreon, where I am available, and also things.
On our podcast.
Things to click on. Yeah, we got a podcast called Midnight Local. Check it out. Hang out with us, and I'll put a link. We got a podcast called Midnight Local. Check it out. Hang out with us, and I'll put a link right up here where you can check it out. New episodes every week. Good night. Good luck. Get yourselves some Angostura ice cream.
All right, we did that. We walked the audio in and out finally. Yay. Have I ever considered writing a cocktail book? I have. We've had conversations about that. I pitched the book I wanted to write, and the guy I pitched it to didn't really like the book I wanted to write. And then my literary agent, I feel like embarrassing talking about this stuff because, you know, when publishers say, hey, we think you should write a book, then you get a literary agent. But it's a joke that I have a lit agent because I've never written a goddamn thing in my life. She felt like she couldn't sell the book I wanted to write. So I've been tweaking that. I have a Mac Pro. What do I mean by editing Mac? If I've been calling it my editing Mac, I don't know what I mean by that. The Mac that I'm editing on. I mean, it's a rig that I built for editing. So maybe that's what I mean. The editing Mac. I have a few iMacs around here too. They used to be editing Macs, and now they're machines for other things. Yeah, so like the book that I want to write, it's a fine line to walk, and like I'm weird about it, right? Like I don't think the world needs another list of cocktails. I just don't think it helps anybody. There's so many books that are lists of cocktails, and if I'm going to write a book that's probably going to fail, because realistically, books fail. Like the number of books that actually make money is so tiny. Then I want it to at least be both the book that I want it to be, and also something that somebody could read and say, "Holy shit, that guy could write. That guy can write. We can do things with that." You know what I mean? Jam Kabar says, "But we want your book of cocktails." So we can blame for textbook prices. I'm not sure I follow. But like, I don't want to write a book that nobody needs. So
One of the very cool things about Dave Arnold's improved texture here, although this one is melting, you can like that. Fine sugar. And then I went to the grocery store and I picked up powdered sugar, which is not the same thing as super fine sugar. It has tapioca starch in it.
I don't know if anybody's gonna watch this because the audio is so weird the way I did that noise reduction. If you had to make another channel and it would definitely be successful, what topic would it be? Cooking, Second Amendment items, 8-bit gaming? If I create another channel, it will not have a focus. The focus will be me. I did miss it. Okay, here's the HDMI splitter I found back when I was shooting a micro feature with the GH5 Ninja 5. I don't see the link though. I think you got filtered out. What's the name of the product? Techno. I'll just buy that. I'll find that product because I don't see anything in what you wrote. Just that here it is, and then there's nothing. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be kind of a vlog is what I'm thinking. Vloggy. Does HTB merch exist? We're working on a t-shirt. Rumpelmans. No problem, Technopilot. I think that, thank you, Technopilot. I think that if I do a second channel, it'll basically be a vlog. You could call it Mind of Greg. I don't know. It'll be a self-suck, whatever you want to call it. It'll be something that will be great for fans of the show who are fans of me, but it will not be for fans of the show who are fans of cocktails, if that makes any sense. Because I think that there's a difference there. This guy says I need a JTech digital resolution. Okay, cool, man. I'm checking that thing out. Thank you. Very slick. It says it's a scalar multi-res, but does that mean it'll spit out the same size on both ends of it as well? Ooh, I like that idea, Colorado Biker, except that they have bright lights on them. But yeah, I think this actually, I got drunk and recorded an after party where I tore it down, and it's one of a set that we just did. Oh, thank you for the $50 2.8 image. Oh, I'm amazing. What a cute little puppy. Actually, I think I showed you guys this a second ago, but it's very possible that that's what this setup is for. Don't tell anybody, but this might be another. How do we tip Technopilot too? For real, man. For real. This might be for a new project.
Legit let it blend for an hour.
Okay, so what I don't like to do on these after parties too much is loop audio.
And I was like, it's still not dissolved.
So I'm going to kill this. I'm just going to redo the music on all of this because it's going to make my life a lot easier. Go to April Fool's Day next and drop it by 12. Not 12, by a lot.
An hour, which is not the same thing as super fine sugar. It has tapioca starch in it, and I legit let it blend for an hour, and I was like, still not dissolved.
Oh,
Then I
no.
found out it was the wrong sugar, and I just did this with regular granulated sugar in my blender, and it took about 4 minutes for each one on low. And so they're fully dissolved and fantastic. So this is, and it's interesting too, like, you know, like it has almost a consistency like simple syrup. There's a ratio in here.
It's what I see from behind the bar now that I fixed it up. What I used to see is a pile of recycling cardboard and the other side of a garage door.
About how to do these. I'll put it up on screen. I'm not going to recall it off of memory. But that's gin. This.
So Technopilot, here's the kicker. I need to split it twice then, because I need to send. You think that's intimidating? Check it out. I'm really on an ultra wide. I'm dumbing it down for you guys. I need to send that video. The output. Oh, I see. Because the output will split, and then we'll send one out to the ATEM Mini, and one will go to the sound devices. Yeah, that'll work. And then technically, maybe I could split it a second time, because I also have an input there for my Mac Pro that is the Streambox, right? The whole, I mean, no joke, Colorado Biker, moving a big portion of it is getting a bigger studio. Yes. Yes.
This is, if I'm not mistaken, like a pretty cheap bourbon, and that's my beloved Angostura bitters, but sweetened up. It's Angostura syrup almost. So let's make 3 cocktails that got no business being frozen. One that might have some great business being frozen. But the first thing I want to do is make a martini.
Martini. Just a standard martini?
A standard frozen gin martini, as one does a standard frozen gin martini, right?
Not like a dirty martini.
Hell no, I want to make a martini. I just sampled this. Curiata sent me this in full disclosure, or maybe Caldoria through Curiata sent me this. These guys make some good vermouth. So I usually make my martini very classic, which is a 2-to-1 ratio of vermouth and gin. I see no reason to deviate here. So let's do, we did 2 ounces of gin. Let's do, or 2 ounces of gin per drink. Let's do 1 ounce of gin, vermouth per drink here. I know a lot of you are going to be upset about that, but like a lot of cocktails, but in a blender.
So on the regular show, you know, I loop music and stuff like that to get it to run to the right ending. On After Party, I don't. I just let the tracks end where they want, because it's the whole idea here was that we weren't going to spend 1,000 years working on this shit.
Has to get, the way she has to physically bend over and stop him from getting in the car to go kill this guy that he shouldn't kill. It's so real. It really feels real. And I think that like the movie is great on the whole, but that one moment for me elevated it too. This movie's amazing. It's just an amazing moment.
What was the name of that movie again?
The Long Good Friday.
The Long Good Friday. That glass. Great.
Looks like a martini glass, right?
Sure does.
Okay, so we still have some nice structure here, but like once again, Dave Arnold's math. Look how nicely slushed that is. That is like right out of a slushy machine.
Like, what is the special thing about his mouth?
The sugar content versus
Got
sweetness.
it, okay.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. I always like a frozen martini with a twist of lemon. Yeah, sure, whatever. We got some lemony twist bits in there, and then we'll throw in a couple of olives. Why not?
Yeah, 50 feet's a long distance. We don't have anything that's 50 feet. It might get close to that at the new place. I don't know. 100% Technopilot. That's one of the reasons that I've been trying to fucking fix this problem. The song that loops, it depends on which videos you're talking about. Preferred editing software is what I'm working in right here. It's Premiere Pro.
Put olives in a classic martini usually.
Well, I don't, but I think that the camera wants me to. And also, these are pretty tasty olives. These are Divinia organic pitted Castel. Oh, these are Casteltranos. If you don't like olives, I encourage you to try bits in there. And then we'll throw in a couple of olives. Why not?
I was having a good night when I thought this wasn't going to take me 10,000 hours.
Do you put olives in a classic martini usually?
Well, I don't, but I think that the camera wants me to. And also, these are pretty tasty olives. These are Divinia organic pitted Castel. Oh, these are Casteltranos. If you don't like olives, I encourage you to try buying Casteltrano olives. They don't taste like the briny olives that you hate. There we are, one frozen martini.
It's just like the pinky.
It looks ridiculous.
Yeah, it looks ridiculous.
I like these damned olives. All right, let's try a frozen martini.
Yeah, so the 4K SDI is like rare magic, and 4K HDMI is apparently totally normal standard. Like, to get a 4K SDI 6G SDI system, first off, most of my hardware doesn't do it. And it's expensive.
That's really good. Holy shit, that's kind of cool. Oh my god. Meredith, give us a sip of this. Damn, I was really expecting this to be wretched, but like that's Dave. Have you tried that? I'm sure you have. It's not
There's no money in it,
not
Matt.
in your book, but like that's good.
Hmm.
Isn't that good?
Yeah.
Holy
So, Matt, have you ever considered doing an HTD whiskey barrel pick? The answer is yes, but there's two problems. One, there's no money in it, and two, it's not really a pick. Like, we've dealt with a couple companies about this, and the way it works is that, like, sure, we'll send you some samples, and they send you 4 2-ounce samples in little bottles. And they say, pick one. It's like, okay. Great. And then I got to put my name on it, and then I got to shill it. And then if you don't like it, you don't like me. I can't really say, hey, this is the whiskey that I love. No, it's the whiskey that I liked most of these 4 that I really had no say in. You know, it's just like not good. Techno, can you do me a really cool favor and take some of your know-how and just email it to me at info@thisishowtodrink.com, because scrubbing all of this beautiful, beautiful wisdom that you've been dumping on me out of this chat, I'll do it. Oh, believe me, I'll do it, but I don't want to. Actually, I don't know if chat gets saved on YouTube Live. On Twitch it does, but I don't know if on YouTube if it actually gets saved.
shit, that's good, right?
Okay, this dispels the myth that frozen drinks need to be sweet.
No, yeah, it doesn't need to be sweet at all, apparently. Well, it does, because we added booze. I took a like this almost is syrup.
But it doesn't taste sweet.
No, it tastes very savory. A big part of that is the Valdori Evermead, which has a lot of verdant herbal components to it. I want to see if I get the bitters.
Hold on a second. This music just came in hard. What's the most expensive restaurant I've ever had a drink at that I thought would be good, but it turned out to be crap? I don't know.
Herbal components to it. I want to see if I get the bitters.
It's a weird question.
I think so. And definitely get the lemon. I think you're getting the orange bitters in that. I know you're getting the lemon.
Oh, that's cool, Techno. I didn't know that.
I think the lemon is really important here. Obviously, what I did is ugly as hell, but all those lemon oils wound up in the drink anyway. That's kind of cool, man. Oils wound up in the drink anyway. That's kind of cool, man. That's really cool. I want all of it. All right, well, like, let's do another one. For reals. Oh my god, that's so good. I really thought this was gonna be shit. I don't even like martinis that much.
I know. Well, and I can verify because I'm not drunk like you are, and it's still good to me. So
That's freaking good, dude.
I'm trying to think of an
Shit. All right, well,
expensive restaurant where I expected drinks to be good, but they weren't
I
good.
made sweet rye for Manhattan. I'm trying to remember why I did what I did, and I was thinking like a frozen whiskey sour. Well, it's obvious.
I don't know. That's a weird question for me. I can't think of one. Like, if I'm at a restaurant, I probably don't expect the drinks to be very good, to be honest.
It's gonna be good, but a frozen Manhattan, that's another thing.
yeah,
all
that's
right,
a challenge.
right, exactly. So here we go. We're gonna do the 2-1-2.
I was in the 2-1-2 on the outside.
We want 2 dashes of mango, and it's 2-1-2 per one of these Manhattans. And now we need 1 ounce per of our sweet vermouth range dollar. 1 ounce per drink, so 2 ounces.
I may freeze all of my drinks in the future now. I feel like A, I would make me drink a lot slower. B, I like things very cold. It is messier though.
All right, here we go.
This is the frozen cocktail revolution.
Frozen Manhattan. Let's see if it's any good. All right. Oh, smells like bananas. I can see how I'm going to like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's very good. That's okay.
Okay, just wait. Wait, I'll sandwich cherries. All right, here we go. Frozen Manhattan. No, that's not. That's weird. I have nowhere near as good as that frozen martini. That frozen martini was good. I don't know. Wait a second. I just had a bunch of cherries, so my taste buds might be wrong.
Alright, let me try. Manhattans aren't normally my faves.
Manhattans aren't really my favorite either. Okay, it's better than I thought.
It tastes like a Manhattan.
It definitely is.
Yeah.
I just don't know if I like it frozen.
Maybe something.
It's funny. I was actually hoping to play some video games tonight after I got this done, and here we are. Here we are.
Bitter frozen maybe is not. I don't know. I think it's okay. It's not as good as the martini, but
He did say it doesn't work so good with like brown liquors. The oaking of a brown spirit, it hurts the drink. You know, like it's not great. So that could be a factor here. All right,
I don't know who Spike's Breezeway is. Anders and I have spoke. Anderson Erickson and I have spoke.
All right, let's make a frozen Trinidad sour. So here we go. We're gonna do 3 ounces of my sugared up Angostura.
Is it the earlier editor's fault that I'm spending so much time? Not really. No. No, not really at all.
Each Trinidad sour gets half an ounce of rye, so 1 ounce of rye, we have sweetened rye. Let's use that. So 1 ounce of sweetened rye. We want 3/4 of an ounce per.
So one thing I have learned from working at a lot of post houses, a lot of ad agencies, production companies, like places where edits happen, is that 80 to 99% of editors who work in a very professional environment don't even know that this exists in Premiere. They don't even know. And they don't know how to neither do I at the moment. Modify the audio channels for which ones you're pulling from and stuff like that, right? And it's just like, I've come to the conclusion it's just not fair for me to expect them to do that. Now, this is the after party Stedman. It's the second part of that video. So it's my fault for not walking through a workflow for this video with this editor. I just shot a video from my desk about how to edit How to Drink, basically. I have to put that together, of course. So, sorry, I'm tired as hell. So it's not her fault. Additionally, I've made huge mistakes in recording this that would have to be overcome by anybody who was editing my work. Your incompetence has been excused. I wish I could show you my hotess. It's bolted to the desk at the moment and it's off camera. So I use, you're going to think I'm so bougie. I'm very bougie. This is a very bougie hotess system. However, if I may fig leaf myself just a little bit here. Remember, I do this for a living, so my HOSAS system is a tax write-off. So this is all a component of how I make money. I have a pair of VKB Gladiators, Omni throttles. So instead of sticks, they're handlebars. So I have a pair of those on my left and right. And then I've got these cheapo... Who makes these things? I got these cheap Logitech pedals that I fantasize about upgrading. But so
of lime juice. So that means 1.5 ounces of lime juice. Let's split some limes up here.
This is the last one we're doing.
I can't even stand up now. 1.5 ounces of lime juice for this. Because we're making 2, it'll be 3/4 ounces. And I'm only making 2 because the blenders work better with more volume. You know? We want 1 ounce of Bourgeois per. I only have these little bits of Bourgeois left. I got DG Reynolds and Small Foods. I'm just gonna like take a sample of each one and see which one I like better for this drink. I really need to either acquire more Bourgeois or buy or like make some. Totally different, by the way. Look at these 2 Bourgeois. This one has the fat left in. This one's clarified. Let's try the DG Reynolds. Might be better for this choice for this drink. All right, let's do the DG Reynolds. 2 ounces of Bourgeois because we're gonna.
I'm so pissed at myself for being up there.
God, I don't know why this Bourgeois is reminding me of the Tiki House in Key West, right by Mallory Square, where they make pretty okay Mai Tais that you can get in a to-go cup.
What I find by just like letting the music end wherever it wants, like 8 times out of 10 when I get to the end of the song, I'm like, yeah, you know what, that is like a beat. That feels like a good place for a piece of music to end. It's the handlebar rig though is awesome. I feel like Spike Spiegel flying the fucking swordfish in I'll show you. I can haul one out. Hold on. These clamps are so tight. There we go. So this is what these look like. And your hands go like that. And you got left, right, forward, back, roll. And then oh shit. You see the little red that light up there? I have this button right here is a shift key. So when I hold that down, all of these controls are doubled. So on my 2 sticks, I have 60 separate controls. And then the pedals. These clamps are so tight. Oh, yeah, I can. Hold on. Duh, I forget that I'm tiny. So there's the right one. Okay, so the hand goes like this, and it's like level like that, right? So, and then this button up here, I have set up to be the shift key, and that's in the BIOS. There's like a BIOS editor for this thing. So, so I have it set up to be a shift key so that all of these things are doubled. These are the Pro model. So by default, when you get this is actually a mini analog stick, but I actually opened it up and put in the 4-way hat switch or 8-way hat switch, right? It's a 4-way. One of these is an 8. Yeah, the center one's an 8. This is another 4-way hat, which is just 5. I just use it as 5 more buttons. Do I like jam bands? No, man, no. And so those are, but with the shift keys on these, I have essentially 60 separate controls between the two. It's very, very extremely immersive, and you feel very, very cool, man. You feel, well, I guess while you're playing, you feel very cool. Afterwards, you feel like a giant dork who should be ashamed of himself. The other thing is this guy, which is my track IR system. I wonder if it no, it doesn't show up on camera. I got some guy on Etsy makes them battery powered, but normally these things have to be plugged into the computer, which sucks. There's like a little infrared camera doodad, and I put this here, and then in game my head tracks, and that seems crazy. Why would that work? Except it does. Like you'd think that but then you're not looking at your monitor, but you are. You're just steering your head by turning your head, and your eyes are always still centered on the monitor, and it helps a lot actually. It's for playing Star Citizen DJ Drac because I'm an insane person.
That you can get in a to-go cup, and I mean like pretty okay, especially considering what they charge, which is like $10 or $11, which is like cheap. If you went to like New York City,
I have not seen that, Jonathan.
And you got a Mai Tai, I think you're gonna spend a lot more than that. Let's put some ice in here. Yeah, love it. I really like that. It's really good.
You think that all the games are chasing Eve? Dude, Eve is like a mouse and keyboard game, right?
I added sugar to the Ango. I think
oh, thanks. Switch to small Greg. I appreciate that.
It's undersweetened. I'm just going to add, I don't want to add liquid. I'm just going to add a heavy dose of sugar.
It's a sorbet, right? It's a sorbet.
Ango. I think it's undersweetened. I think it's really good, but even though we added sugar to the Ango, I think it's undersweetened. I'm just going to add, I don't want to add liquid. I'm just going to add a heavy dose of sugar.
It's a sorbet. It's a sorbet, bitter sorbet.
Should we add an egg to it?
No, do this. This is good.
Because a sorbet would have an egg in it, and then it would like turn into ice cream.
All right.
Star Citizen is always fun because there's always a bug that you have to work your way around. It's always fun when it's like, okay, I cannot put a helmet on, so how do I get around very carefully so that I never find myself in a vacuum?
I'm getting an egg. Do this, and then we'll do that.
Alright, here's just with extra sugar added. That helps a lot. That is so fucking.
Oh shit, this elevator depressurized unexpectedly.
Yeah.
Let's try some eggs. Wait, like whole egg or egg white?
Mix
Do a whole egg.
One large egg in its shell.
In its shell? They use a shell? I mean, that's not.
How do I deal with my own voice? I've been told by Twitter that I'm a disturbingly psychotically well-adjusted person. I just really like who I am. No, Star Citizen is 100% simulation. Like, it's an insane thing. They're simulating like fuel. Star Citizen is they're building a universe simulator one piece at a time. That is the plan. Yeah, it's a crazy sim. I mean, it's a Kerbal, you're dealing with oh, no problem, KBH. It's been great talking to you. You're dealing with a different kind of level of technology, so it's simulating slightly more impossible things than, for example, Kerbal, but it's a sim.
Impossible, but that's crazy.
Oh, thank you, Ivan J.
All right, well, we're not doing that.
That's also true corporatistic. You just get used to your own voice.
One whole life, so.
All right, let's see if this is Sorbet. Well,
Got a little liquidy.
yeah, we blended it so much. That's a bit. That's fucking insane how good that is.
Oh,
That's like if you.
Like, I don't know how. So, for instance, I don't know. I don't know that I ever played Freelancer, but like, you play Star Citizen. You're flying around. There are maneuvering thrusters on your ship, right? That's how they turn. They're in space, right? If you go into your power distribution systems, you'll see every single maneuvering thruster listed in there. You can turn them on, turn them off. In combat, they get destroyed. And then you're on the fly learning how to refly your ship without half of its engines or something like that. Like I've had to like do combat where like all of a sudden like, okay, I can strafe right, but if I throttle forward, we're going to spin uncontrollably and I black out. If I strafe right and strafe down exclusively and use yaw to kind of maintain course, then I can sort of keep flying this thing. That happens. Best ship pack to buy in Star Citizen. I think that like it's kind of been like the best. It's not a starter ship. It's like a slight upgrade over a starter, but like the Cutlass, the Drake Cutlass, pretty good. It's a simulator. It is a simulator, but it's also not. It's a first-person shooter. You land, you get out, you shoot people. Like it's crazy. I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's like no game I've ever seen in my life, even though it's as of yet not really even a game. Coville and I were talking. Matt Coville and I talked about it. I don't know if you know who that is, but I think I referred to it as like the game I had been promised since I was 7 years old, finally coming to fruition. And he was like, "Yes, exactly." But yeah, I like the Cutlass for a starter. And actually, it's funny, Tech. I hadn't flown my Cutlass in forever, but since the last wipe, I was like, "Yeah, let's play around with that." And I was like, "Shit, man, this thing is fast. I forgot how fast it is."
Made ice cream from Angus.
Because I've been using the Vulture for so long, and the Vulture is a pig. It flies so slow.
Store of bitters.
Angus or ice cream. Was there? Did you put the rye in there as well?
Yeah, we'll do that one. I don't know who Nick Hamilton is. Oh wait, Nick Hamilton, isn't he? No, I don't know who Nick Hamilton is actually.
Oh man, that's good. Holy shit.
Oh, Vile, I just did a video with Coville. We did a randomly rolling cocktails on the D&D table I made.
Holy shit, that's good. What if?
Put that back in it too. It'll help thicken it out like the original. Rye in there as well? Oh man, that's good.
But Coville's a big Star Cit
Holy
fan.
shit, that's good. What if?
Put that back in it too. It'll help thicken it out like the original.
Yeah.
It was just a couple weeks ago or something.
That's gonna change.
I gotta finish the table and release
I
it,
know,
Rico.
Well, add a little more sugar in too.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't even show you guys Technopilot. I didn't even show you the crazy thing I did. You'll get a kick out of this because you know sound. I got a couple of Dayton Audio 25 watt transducer subwoofers. I'll show you this again. So, sorry, we're talking Star Citizen now. You're in the zone. So down here, these are bass shakers on the bottoms of my sticks, very properly installed, and I held them on there with some double-sided Gorilla Tape because I was in a rush. I wanted to put them on right now, and then I have those going to I got like a $20 amp, like a 20 watt or 40 watt amp or whatever, and a little crossover. Right, I spent like $200 on this whole thing. I have a monitor to USB Behringer Source Studio monitor controller. I forget what it's called. And so I've got 3 outputs on it. I just turn on second output, which drives my computer sound straight into the crossover and then the amp, and I crank it up. And now I got force fucking feedback on my sticks. So when I blow shit up, man, I feels it. The only thing is you got to turn off the game music. Otherwise you'll feel that too. But And when you have them clamped to the desk, you also feel it straight through your desk. So it even interacts with like the first person shooter parts of the game.
Yes.
Yeah.
But like the first time I rigged that up and played with it, I was like, oh my God. I was just like laughing hysterically. Shakers, but it's space. I hope it's just for in atmosphere. Space is space. The only shaking you get is from Kraken-esque gimbal issues. That's not true, DJ Drac, because you are physically connected to your engines and guns. So when they say there's no sound in space, they mean there's no sound between two objects in space, but you're going to hear everything that your spaceship does. And yeah, there is a little bit of Hollywood in it. Like you hear the explosions and stuff like that. But
Sweet enough, but yeah.
Well, now we have no drink. I mean, we have no idea what's going on.
But like if you have a gun attached to metal, it's attached to your spaceship, you know, one singular piece, and then you have just bone vibration. No, it's just sound. Sound travels through solids. It travels through solids faster than through atmosphere. Like you're gonna hear it. You're just gonna hear it. It's just gonna. It's just literally sound is going to travel up the gun mount into your cockpit, into the atmosphere of your cockpit. Like you're gonna hear all that shit. When astronauts are in their spaceship, they turn on the engines. They hear them because they're connected to them. They won't hear that guy's engines.
It's off. We're off the rails and off the chain.
And this brings sure.
Yeah. Some sounds, I think, disappear, Technopilot. I've heard that, like, you don't hear the engines. Lol, why do you use Premiere Pro? Software subscriptions are a scam. I guess I could respond to that. Well, one, every professional editor I've ever met uses Premiere Pro because I don't work in episodic television. And if you work in episodic television, you use Avid. I've never met a professional editor who works in DaVinci, but DaVinci is cool. I guess I do work in episodic television. That's true. My shows are at least 22 minutes long every week. But no, I mean, yeah, if you work in episodic television or features, you might be working on Avid, but a lot of people work on tons of Premiere. So if you're going to work anywhere, you better know Premiere, right? And I do know Premiere. It's not even noticeable. Oh, okay. I thought there was like parts of like things that you didn't hear. I know DaVinci is great, but like if other editors don't use it, it's useless, right? And that might be true, James Forrester. I mean, there's like movies that are made in Final Cut Pro 7 because Apple pays them to make the movie in not 7, but I mean like Apple pays like people like Walter Murch to work in Final Cut. Or they used to. But and I'm sure DaVinci is great. I have no need for it, right? Like I have it works good. I like this. Is it a scam? It depends on what you do. I mean, I think I spend $500 a year on this. Like that's like less. That's significantly less than what one episode of How to Drink costs. Let's put it that way.
Okay, we got nice and thick now. Sweet mother of God, is this good? Now you start ice cream.
And I use Photoshop every day. And I use After Effects. I'm like, After Effects was sort of my like second specialty. I'm kind of a motion graphics guy. It's great to have it when I need it. I don't use it much anymore, but like that was when I was an editor, I was like, oh, you're that guy who can composite and edit and do motion graphics and stuff. I know.
This is a revolution. Try that.
So, I mean, is it a scam? I think that the reality here is that like there's just like less and less juice to squeeze from these stones, and that like in terms of real dollars, dollars are worth less. Like they command less spending power over time to some degree, and the cost of producing software has gone up. I don't think that the business model of sell a thing once and then you don't need to charge them again is even viable for most industries anymore. I just don't think it is. I mean, even games, even video games, right? Like how many games anymore are, what do they call it? Subscription service or something like that ongoing service where you have to pay for like a season pass or something like that. I just think it's the reality, man. It's just where things are at. Games as a service, says someone. Oh, Small Greg. Yeah, I should go back to Small Greg. Thank you. Sorry. Live service. There it is. So I just think that, like, yeah, it's a cash grab, but also I genuinely think that, like, it's hard for these companies to like stay afloat without fucking raking everybody over the coals. I think that's actually where we're at. Maybe their CEOs should get less money, which is sure, but that's not going to happen. So
good.
And I'll say this too, like Premiere, like every few months there's like new features, and a lot of them are very cool. You know, that would not happen if I bought Premiere Creative Suite 12 and just like stayed with it, you know.
What the shit, dude? I just want ice cream. It just keeps going too. It is paradise. Oh
I use Adobe Audition. You know, I do use the whole suite of software.
No, you can be dialed in, but like
You can also make it more of a sorbet, so it's more solid, so you can eat with a spoon.
yes, you could. The world is your oyster. You can do so many things with this. Sweet sassy molasses. Wow, is that something else? What did we say?
We could do the cookie jar, maybe. Is it? How expensive is Adobe Creative Suite? I think it's, like I said, I think it's like $500 or $600 a year.
Dude, there was another frozen drink.
You're talking about Negroni.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
All right. I don't know if you're gonna beat this, Greg. Do you
No,
want to come down?
nothing's.
Yeah, I want something jazzier. Let's just go to general use. Right. So here's the thing, James. I understand, like, and this is true, right? Like when I was starting out, I learned on pirated software. I might have done 1 or 2 gigs on pirated software, but $600 a year, that's less. This isn't a brag. I'm sorry to tell you guys this, but like that is less than what I got paid for a day as an editor. You know, like that's a fucking, like that's a job, man. It pays money. I lived in New York for 5 years doing that with a wife and a kid. So if you're working with that shit, like it's nothing. That's just the cost of doing business. I don't mean it's nothing, but like the Resolve, I think Resolve is a one-time fee, if I'm not mistaken, if you want the pro model or something. It's not a lot less. Like I think that, you know, my edit rate at my best clients was like $650 or $700. Yes, dude, techno, thank you. Yeah, of course it's a business expense. How I got into editing is kind of a fun story. I mean, how much is a write-off really worth or something like that? I don't know. You know, at the end of the day, it's better that you can write it off than not, but it's always better to not spend the money if you can, but you kind of can't. So, how did I get into editing? Well, I went to film school. I'm looking for something a little fun here. That's a good one. Yeah, that's the one to use. I went to film school, and I was a directing concentration.
What did we say we were gonna do? That was another frozen drink.
You're talking about Negroni.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
All right. I don't know if you're gonna beat this, Greg.
And I was a I pay for music as well. We use Epidemic Sound. It's like $200 a year. It's like an unbelievable. I feel like I'm robbing people using it. I hate it. You haven't been able to make money. Yeah, I mean, exactly, Cardona. Exactly. No, I mean, that's the thing. Like if you're not working in like that major, I use a Star Wipe, by the way, all the time on the show. It is one of my 2 or 3 stock edits. I have a preset built for it. In fact, actually, it's Star Wipe Longer. It looks like this.
Do you want to
No,
come
no, no.
down?
Oh, well, that's great. That's my preferred star wipe. I use it all the time. Depends on what we're editing. Use that and VHS. So how did I become an editor? Went to film school, editing, directing concentration. Kept asking my teachers, like, what am I going to do for a living when I get out of here? You know, I was like, is there jobs for like directors from film school? And they always asked me, well, what do you really want to do when you get out of here? I was like, well, I kind of want to direct. Skulls, I do thank you. Oh, you're a legend. Thank you. Thank you. I do always, and I said, I want to direct. And they're like, well, then you should concentrate on directing. And I said, okay, fine, I'm going to do that. What they didn't tell me is that the people who get out of film school and become directors are rich. They're rich. They have rich parents. Not to say that there aren't exceptions to that rule, but basically there's two things that happen. One, I'm going to say there's three things that you need to really have a good shot at getting that job or a job like that. The first thing I think that helps a lot is to have parents who work in or adjacent to a creative field. Not because you need their contacts, but because it's not possible in your mind. You don't know the moves you even have to make. You may not know anybody anyway, but you don't even know who you need to know. You know what I mean? You don't even know what it is. Like, how does that job work? How do you get that job? How do you get any of those jobs, right? Like, it's like trying to teach a fish to climb a tree, so to speak, right? You just don't have any of those tools. You can overcome it. It's hard. The second thing you need is a lot of money from mom and dad, because the way that you will get that job is by working for free for a long time, for nothing, for no money, $0. Why? I don't know. Sometimes I think it's for the same reason that the Olympics used to be amateur only, to make sure that only upper class people need apply, which is why it was amateur only. The idea was that, well, only the lower classes would do this for money. And yes, the third thing that can help you a lot is actually knowing somebody in the biz, like an actual person who can give you a legit leg up, right? So those are the three things. If you need to get out of film school and make a living, oh boy, you're going to have much more limited options. You just will. And I did. And so I got out of film school, and I had a few contacts I had actually worked as a production assistant long before film school, and I thought, okay, I can get back into PAing, and I couldn't. The assistant director that I knew had retired, and he couldn't help me get any work. What he did offer me was I got his Directors Guild login, and I could log into the Directors Guild website, look at upcoming films that were going into production, and straight up just call the assistant director on the phone. The numbers were there, and ask if they needed PAs. A couple people really freaked out when I did that. So didn't get any PA work that way. I did get an interview to PA for Sex and the City 2. I think mostly they just wanted to see if I was a creepy stalker, because I didn't get that gig. So I was pretty desperate. And I was working a little bit driving a tow truck. I had been a repo man in the past. There was a tow truck I saw with a help wanted sign on it. So I was driving a tow truck, not doing repos, but doing like accidents and roadside assistance stuff, doing that shit. And I was making, when I say no money, I was making no money. I mean, no money. There would be nights where I'd make $25 and shit after like just working all night. It was not a good job. I applied for a job as I applied for a job at Restoration Hardware. I don't know if you know what it is or not. It sounds like it's a hardware store if you're not familiar, but it's actually just like a really bougie, super expensive furniture store. They were hiring. It was the holidays. I went through like 3 fucking rounds of interviews for that job to get like a assistant manager position over there. And then they went with somebody else. And I was furious. I was like, how? You run a fucking furniture store and you have the goddamned audacity to not hire me? I was pissed off. Meanwhile, my friend Jesse had been telling me for months that I'd be a great editor. Greg, you'd be a great editor. You're a killer. You'd be fantastic. And I would always say, I fucking hate editing, Jesse. I hate it. It is the part of the job I like the least. I hate it. I don't want to do it. I want to make the shit and move on, which of course is stupid. That's not how it works. But I hated the editing part. I did it out of necessity. After I finally got turned down for that goddamn restoration hardware job, I called Jesse, who hadn't just been saying, you'd be a great editor. He'd been saying, I have just moved on to a full-time or permalance edit position. My freelance clients are still calling me and I have to turn them down because I can't work that. I could be offering this work to you. I could be recommending you for these gigs. So I couldn't say no anymore. I said, all right, Jesse, I'm an editor now. And then I locked myself into my computer for 2 weeks. I knew Premiere or Final Cut back then. I knew Final Cut Pro because I went to film school. I taught myself After Effects so I could be an editor who could do some motion graphics and compositing, which helped me a lot. And so I got he set me up with a couple of gigs. No many. The first gig I got was at it was a nonprofit. They were doing they basically run a summer camp for kids from around the world every year who are they call it their leadership academy or something. They were just really cool kids who were doing great things. Teenagers, 12 to 15, 12 to 17 or whatever, who were I remember one year we had a girl who had invented a way to use sound waves to find fucking landmines. And basically what they did was they got all these kids who had really amazing things going on in their lives. And they brought them to New York for a week to kind of teach them how to do PR so that they could talk to a camera and actually sell themselves and sound good, right? She asked me how much for the job because I had to go be on site and basically make social media content for them, from every day from the summit, from this week-long event. And I said, I'd never been paid for editing. I had no idea what to ask for. I was just like, I'm going to get paid. Holy shit. Can you give me $100 a day? And there was a long pause, and she says, I will pay you $150 a day. And so I did that job for for quite a while. I worked for that client. And eventually I did get more than $150 a day, a little bit. You got to take the opportunities that are in front of you, James. But I have a little bit more about that too. So I did that work for a while, and then right away I went and reached out to. So the thing about Jesse is that he had graduated a year ahead of me and was very ambitious and very, very skilled and very, very likable, disgustingly likable. He's just one of the nicest humans you've ever met. And it might even, if you're really cynical like me, you might think well, this is some kind of a put on, but it's not. I'm just so cynical. I'm well, that guy, I don't trust him. He's fake as hell. He's really the real deal. He got the job. He was the editor of Sesame Street. That was his job. He was the editor of Sesame Street. The dude's got 8 Emmys for it. And that was his full-time job that he couldn't take freelance work anymore. So a lot of people say that you need to know people, and you do, but the people you need to know if you go to film school are the people you went to film school with, because people are going to find success at different rates, and then you're going to pull each other up. That's how it works, right? And that's good. That's how it works. That's what you do. So Jesse was one of those guys for me. Another dude that I had gone to school with, he had gone on to he I'm not going to mention names, but this dude's a sociopath. he had the day we started school, because he was able to pass himself off as much older, he started school and started presenting himself as a person who had graduated from that school. We went to SVA, by the way, School of Visual Arts. And I think he was like 18 or 17. Like, he was young. He was a baby. And he started like getting gigs as if he had graduated. So by the time we had graduated, he was a fucking producer at like an ad agency. So I hadn't talked to him in a minute, and I was in the city, and I was like, I'm gonna be working in the city for the next week. I'm editing now. What are you up to? And he's like, we should get lunch. So we got lunch. And he said, what are you doing, these dates? I was like, I need a crew to come out to Philadelphia with me to do a Nike thing for 5 days. I was like, I'm probably available. What does it pay? It pays $500 a day. $500 a day? I can make $500 a day doing this job? What the fuck? It blew my fucking mind. So that became my mission, man, finding those $500 day jobs. And then better than that, even, it could happen. And the fact that I was able to do compositing and motion graphics was a big part of that. And I just kept, working jobs. Eventually I found, I got recommended for a gig that became Permalance. It was at a tiny little family owned production company doing sports content. I don't even watch sports. But I hit it off well. I showed up, and I was Permalance there for like 3.5 years. When you're Permalance, right? So you're freelancing, but you got to show up 9 to 5, and actually really more like 10-hour days, 11-hour days. That's the thing you should know, by the way. It's a 10 to 12-hour day minimum in any production or post-production environment, unless you're union. And I wasn't. And so I was working that job for 3 to 5 years. You take a pay cut, because like they're selling, hey, this is stable. You won't be hunting for gigs, but I want a discount. Okay, fine. I think I forget what it was. It was hourly. It wasn't terrible, but it wasn't great. I genuinely don't remember what I was making. It might have been 40 something an hour, which is, less than a $500 a day rate, but whatever. And I did that for 3.5 years. And then I had my first kid, and we're living in New York, and it's fucking expensive, and everything is expensive. And I'd been telling my wife that, like, I don't think we can afford this for like a long time, and just like really kind of working myself to the bone to try and make it all work out, because I would be doing my day job, and then I would take night jobs. I would do, I would go home and do another edit if I had a client that wanted to pay me a few extra bucks. And just trying to make ends meet, right? And so I did some math. My kid was 12 weeks old, and I was doing some math, and I realized, holy shit, we're going to run out of money. Like, we're broke. Like, working my job full fucking time as hard as I can, we don't have enough money to live and make rent and pay for the kid. And we were about to have to deal with childcare, which is insanely expensive in the city because my wife was working. And I called Jesse. And it was really funny. I'd done this math in my head while I was checking in on a friend's cat because he was traveling, and I was in his apartment. I was in my friend's apartment alone. I was like, called Jesse up, and I was like, Jesse, I think I have to quit my job because like I'm not making enough money and blah, blah, blah. And he was like, well, just make sure you have like enough money in the bank to make that kind of transition, because you don't know how long it's going to take, blah, blah, blah. And I listened to his advice, and I hung up, and I said, but Jesse's always been more cautious than me. And also, anyway, I was not going to have more money in the bank because I was literally losing money every month. So I quit my job the next day, and then went back to freelancing because I know you make more as a freelancer. And I started just working those calls, working those networks as hard as I possibly could. And very luckily, I managed to get myself into a couple places that would book me for pretty long gigs. And then I kept doing that, and I did that for like another, God, I don't know how many years, a couple years, where I was trying to book. My number was like 22. I tried to work 22 days a month. Well, I mean, how did I find gigs? By that point, it's been years since I went to college. And I will say, everybody that I went to SVA with who wanted a job in the business is still working in the business. I don't know anybody who didn't land somewhere. So a lot of people say you go to film school and nothing happens. I cannot say that was true of SVA when I went, which was a few years ago. I was editing social media content for brands. I was editing stuff on the internet for them. I was editing TV commercials. I was editing Not too many TV commercials. When I was at the sports thing, we would do some broadcast stuff. I would do 45-minute, hour-long documentaries. Garbage, a lot of social media stuff. We would do like Red Bull stuff. We would do just stuff that goes out on the internet, man. They need all this video. They need it. I don't know why they need it, and they pay fucking top dollar for a lot of it. I never got into movie trailers. That's like a really specific specialty that does make a lot of money. And I didn't really do any narrative stuff. A couple of like commercials and PSAs I cut were kind of narrative-y. But like that is what I was cutting, mostly that kind of stuff. For a while, actually, this one agency I was at, they had Netflix as a client, and I really loved working with them. They didn't pay the most, honestly, but it was just a really cool crew of people, and we had so much fun there. But like, there's an bullpen of editors who are on the edit side, and then I guess I got a reputation for being kind of funny. There's the creative side, where all the people just sit around pitching ideas and trying to figure out, like, what are we going to do for this client? Let's make something funny. And for like 6 months or something, my job, I got hired by the creative side out of the edit pool to just sit there and make funny GIFs. Hey, Greg, we need like a 30-second thing to advertise for the staircase, and it should like have some creepy owl eyes in it. I was like, got it. Yeah, and I would put it together like in, an hour, because I was fast. That was the other part of my thing that probably got me a lot of work, is I was fucking fast. As you see here, I'm crawling because this fucking thing's a goddamn nightmare. But, that was really cool. That was a really cool gig. I liked that a lot. It was a lot of fun to just be like, funny guy, just make funny clips. And you felt like a creative, like you got to pitch your own ideas and stuff like that. But, yeah, I did that for a really long time. And then while I was doing that, I was making this show. And in the early days, it was not a full-time job, obviously, and we weren't putting out an episode a week. I don't know how long you guys have been watching, but like when we first started, I shot 7 episodes. They were 3 minutes long back then, in a weekend or in a day. And those were the first 7 episodes. And I said, if we get 1,000 subscribers, I'll make some more. I don't know. And then we did. And then I didn't know when I would make more because we lost our free camera. And then Stefano found me another free camera, and he kind of put a gun to my head and made me do more of it. He was an assistant producer that I worked next to. And we did more. And then we went into this cycle where we would produce episodes over like a weekend or 4-day shoot at a rented studio space. And it cost a lot of money. And I had like a crew of 6 or 7 people. Because we were filming it like a real food commercial or something, basically. I had worked, before I went to film school, I did through my uncle's college roommate had become an assistant director, and he put me in touch with him. And he was working at this place called Michael Strahm & Company that made food commercials. So I used to PA there when I was really young. And I absorbed, through osmosis, I guess, some of the methods of tabletop cinematography. And so later on, that's kind of where the show came from. So we would do that for like a week, shoot as many episodes as we could, and then release them on a weekly basis. And then the show would go away. The show would just stop putting out episodes for like months on end while we put together more money and planned another shoot. It wasn't until we had to move out of the city. And the reason we had to move out of the city is because my wife was a librarian working in New Jersey while we lived in New York. And there's a law that says if you're a civil servant, you have to live in New Jersey. And we were kind of lying about that for a really long time. And she got caught because an elected official saw her riding the train. And we were told you had 4 weeks to either quit or move. And we had to move out of the city on the spot. We moved out of the city, and it dropped my cost of living dramatically. And honestly, as much as I loved living in New York, I was thrilled to move out. I would go back to the city in a minute if I could afford to, but I can't. Cost of living dropped a lot, and at the same time, the Butterbeer video came out, and then we had one more that did pretty good. And within a couple of months, I was like, so she was a civil servant working in New Jersey, and we were living in New York, and you can't do that. Not in New, she's a librarian in New Jersey. And so between the drop in the cost of living and the channel suddenly doing a little bit better, I said, and of course you have to ask your wife when you want to do this. By the way, I want to go back and say, telling your wife and your in-laws when you are living in New York and you have a daughter who's 12 weeks old, I'm quitting my job to have no boss, is that's a move. Oh shit, I'm small again. So, and I'm wearing my headphones like a goof. I do that sometimes. So, moved to the city, moved to New Jersey, dropped our cost of living, had a little bit of success on the channel. And at some point I said, when I started the show, I thought I was making a reel to get directing work for food commercials. But I figured, I never do anything once. I figured, well, let's make it a YouTube show too. Now when I look at those early episodes, I was like, who the fuck was I kidding? I was never going to get work off of this. It just looks like poop, really. But those early episodes, I'm not really a big fan of them. So but the show kept growing, and I was like, I don't know when we're going to make money on this. I don't know when this is going to be a thing. I actually refused to monetize the channel for like the first 2.5 years it existed. Because I figured, who's going to want to watch ads? Nobody wants. I hate ads. So we had a little success. Anyway, so you keep waiting. If you're into the YouTube thing, right? You keep waiting for the day when you can seamlessly exit your day job and step into the creator job, right? So basically you're waiting for the creator job to be generating as much money as your day job. But the reality is, if you could somehow stick with the creative job and your day job to the point where you're doing both simultaneously and making the same amount of money at both simultaneously, you somehow did that without killing yourself, you're not going to stop. You have two incomes. Why would you stop? No. The only way, I think, like, there's no way to make this your full-time job without pain. So, made a strategic decision, said I'm not going to take any more freelance work because there's no way this channel is going to grow without my full-time attention. We're not going to do it, and it could do it. And there's no, like, I was like, I'm kind of making about as much money as I'm ever going to make as an editor, right? Like, I'm sort of at the top of the day rate in my field. Unless, like, somebody gives me a leg up and I start working in narrative or something like that, and it wasn't going to happen. Like, to get into that stuff, I'd have to go backwards career-wise and start from the union track at the bottom up and then just hope for the best. And also, it, like, takes years, like 20 years to get, like, the assistant removed from your name. So I just wasn't going to do that, just start my career over. So I was like, I've topped out, but, like, there's actually technically no limit on how much money I can make on the show. Like, I don't know how much. I might not make anything, but there's no upper limit, right? So I stopped taking freelance work, and I took a 70% pay cut. It was very painful for about a year. But then I did get, within about a year, the show brought me back up to what I was making before. And now I'm doing, a little bit better. But there's a huge amount of overhead in the show still. Like, that's one thing too. Is like, if you looked at, like, the gross revenue of How to Drink, you'd be like, wow, Greg is doing great. But then you have to remember that, like, How to Drink is the full-time job for both me and Meredith, and then also is supporting a team of 5 freelance editors. And also there is enormous hardware and expendable costs. And, like, we're doing good. We're doing fine. but like, we don't get to keep all that money. It would be nice. Chartreuse ain't sheep, baby. That's right. So, anyway, so that's how I got here. That's how I became an editor and became a YouTuber. But yeah, I mean, it was like, make friends in your field. They don't necessarily need to be people who are going to become, they don't need to be your bosses. Has editing become a more enjoyable aspect of creation after all of this, or is it still a slog for you? It's never a slog. It's something it's just never been my passion. And it's funny, I used to tell people, I think that because it's not my passion is a reason that I'm successful at this, because I show up and I just kind of do what the director tells me to do. Oh, you want like that? Okay, I'll do that. Like, you don't know how many people I've met who are, like, really junior in their career who have, like, strong creative ideas that they feel a need to voice. And it's like, my God, dude, you are 22 years old. You are 22 years old and lucky to fucking be here. There are times when you get to push back, even at 22, but you better know how to do it, and you get to push it once. You get to, that's like the rule. You could say, well, there is a tone that you need to understand. There is a way to approach that subject, especially when you're wet behind the ears. But you get to push it once. You get to speak your opinion about why you think this is a better way to go. And if the director says, I think not, I think we're going to do it this way, then you just do it. That's it. Okay. Got it. No problem, boss. As you get more advanced, you have a little bit more push, right? But I see that all the time. And I was just like, why, man? Like, I spent 3 years cutting social media videos for Tough Mudder. You think I'm going to fucking have real creative differences? I don't give a shit. All I want to do is understand what your notes mean, because half the time they didn't make sense. My favorite was Tough Mudder was famous for this. Greg, we would like you to show like twice as many participants. Like, can we get twice as many people? But also this edit is like really fast. Like, you got these shots. It's like a machine gun. Can you slow down the pace of the edit? And I would be like, can I make it longer? No, we really wanted to keep it about 3 minutes. Okay. You want me to slow down the pace? Yeah, slow down the pace. But you want me to show twice as many shots? Yes. In the same amount of time? Yes. Can we have a physics class now, please? Like, that was like, and I'm not joking, many times that was the note I would get. That note, exactly. Tough Mudder is a obstacle course race. I don't know if they even still have it. There's a short, a very funny short, and it's like, I can't breathe when I watch it. It's called The Expert, and it's about, I think he's supposed to be a graphic designer, and he's at like this meeting with like the 7, people who are giving him the job, the people, and they want a new logo. And can you make the line green? Exactly. Oh, it's so good. We would like the logo to be 7 lines. What was it? It's 7 lines that intersect and are all perpendicular to each other. And they were like, "Can you do it?" No, I can't. But you're an expert. That's what it was, yeah. Oh my god, it's so insane, dude. Draw a green line with a red pen is actually where that thing devolves into. Yeah, I fucking love that short so much. Oh my god, it's so good. The only time I really pushed back on a creative difference was I was cutting stuff for A-Rod. I don't know baseball, but that guy Alex Rodriguez, he had like his own like website sports network, and I was cutting like a 12-minute piece on some basketball player. And they asked me, and this guy, I don't remember any, like I said, I don't fucking follow sports. His deal was that, like, it was always about, like, what are your hobbies outside of your sport? That's what this whole thing was. What are you into? Like, the one dude was, like, into pro wrestling. Like, he was, like, an amateur pro wrestler in addition to playing football or something. It was, like, weird. Anyway, this dude, it's a little bit cribs. This guy's got the house. He's got the cars. And we're getting that tour. And he's got all these snakes. He's got, like, a lot of snakes. And he's explaining in the video that, like, I always wanted to be a herpetologist. I love reptiles. But, you're a young man and you get to be 14 years old and you're 6'2", and then you get to be 18 years old and you're 7'3", and the checks that the NBA are going to write you start to look pretty good, man. And so I figured, yeah, maybe we'll just make herpetology a hobby. And so he spends a lot of money on like rare reptiles and snakes, and he has like these beautiful fucking displays around his ridiculous mansion, right? And the editors wanted me to, the producers on that, who were not Alex Rodriguez, right? Like, they were just some fucking, producers are not like company men, right? They're people. They're usually freelancers too. But they wanted me to take a tack like a record scratch kind of, snakes. This motherfucker spends all of his money on snakes. That is crazy and disgusting. And I told him, I was like, that's fucking racist, dude. You're asking me to put this thing together and basically play into the Black guy gets into a lot of money and spends it on snakes. He's buying spinning rims, you know. And I really pushed back hard on that. I was like, I'm not doing that cut. So find somebody else if you want to. It's like the one time I really had aggressive creative differences, and I won actually. So I did get to cut that the way I wanted to. See you later, Technopilot. Thank you for the email. That's an executive producer, Christopher. The executive producers write the checks sometimes. The producer is more like a middle management job. They kind of coordinate all of the people, the creative. I mean, like the producer works for the director, really, you know. Although in social media and advertising, the producer oftentimes is the director, but a director means something and they get paid more money. So a lot of times there's no director, there's a producer. But yeah, like a producer is, Meredith was a producer. She was a post producer. So her job would be to, I mean, that's, and, you know, I got a lot of work from Meredith. She was a post producer. Her job would be to find the editors, find the compositors, find the animators, have a list of people that we can call for this job, schedule them, you know, okay, this is the timetable. Then we're going to need some money for overtime here. You know, like that's the job of the producer. And then leaning over someone's shoulder and making sure that they're on task and working. And then like, there's like at a place like that where we were working as Imaginary Forces. Yeah, you know, that was a luxury job, dude. Like, you know, I worked at this ad agency, Mustache, in a bullpen. I loved it because it was really cool people and we got to work on fun projects. But like, it was a thing where it was like, you'd come in for a gig and I'd be like, hey man, I'm done with this. Let's send it to the client for notes. Great. You know, it'd be like hour 3 of the day. Hey Greg, I got another thing that needs to be finished. Can you jump in on that? Sure. Now, other gigs, you'd be like, no, I'm contracted for this. I'm waiting for notes. Okay. Mustache, you just, whatever's coming, man. It's just like everybody's grabbing everybody's work and work. And I just stayed busy all fucking day. You know, I put in 10, 12 hours just like grinding tons of fucking shit. Imaginary Forces. I'm in my private edit suite. I have my own climate control system. Greg, you want anything to drink? No, I'll be fine. Oh, you know, can you give me a latte? Okay, cool. And then, you know, it's very comfortable in there. And then there'll be days where literally like, well, we turned in the work yesterday. We're waiting for the client to give us notes. What should I do? Just waiting for the client to give us notes. My job that day would be to wait in my edit suite, get paid. Did the notes come in? No. See you tomorrow. Okay. Like halfway through the next day, notes came in. So, I mean, like that job was like complete opposite. You know, it would be unthinkable that they would put you on something other than what they hired you for, because your job is to jump the minute those notes come in, and I would turn them around in a couple of hours usually. And then like once a day you have a creative meeting where the director, your post super, your post producer, the associate producer, maybe the client is on a fucking conference call, the director's assistant and the exec producer all come into the edit suite, and we sit there and I show them the work and we, you know, what do we think we're going to do here? And we would all have our ideas and stuff like that. And I'd actually have some creative input and stuff like that. And then we'd get our marching orders and we would go work on that stuff. Like, so the stuff that I cut there, I did some of the trailers for Masterclass. If you've ever seen Masterclass, that was a fun job. Yeah. So I did, exactly. Wait. No panic. You don't panic. No reason to panic at all. You never panic. Oh, the notes came in and, well, it's, and you know, like what, then we're gonna have to ask the client for an overage. Okay. Yeah, no problem. You know, like overage just be more money. It's just like, it's a totally different vibe. It's a high pressure vibe. You really need to be on top of your game. You know, if there's people in your edit suite who are making a lot more money than you and they want to see these daily, like, can we see the other takes of this? Can we see this moment of that? What would this be like? And you can show them in real time. Yeah, it would be like this, you know, and you can throw it together. Like, to be able to edit in real time with people watching over your shoulder, that's a job, you know, like that's, you got to have that skill set. And to know where all the footage is and stuff like that. And that's why it's like you can sit there and wait when that's not happening. There's actually, there's something like that called Flame. There are Flame artists in the biz. Flame is a very expensive Autodesk suite of software for real-time compositing, which is unthinkable to me. Like I would do real-time editing. I could show people like how that idea would look on an edit within, seconds. These guys fucking composite in real time. And I know one person who used to do that. I mean, I don't know him, but Babish. Babish was a flame artist back in the day in New York. Not that we ever worked together, though we did work at the same clients. We just never worked together, turns out. But yeah, so real-time compositing or near real-time. Crazy shit. So, guten Morgen, das Deutschland. Yeah, that Babish. Yeah, Andrew Ray. So, he was a flame artist. That's what he did before he was doing the show. It's easier to learn how to cook or how to bartend than it is to learn how to make content. If you already know how to make content, you can learn the thing you want to make content about pretty quick. I was into hot cocktails. I was like, my wife and I were very interested and into like good cocktails. So it was already kind of a hobby of mine. I just started filming it. I have one more piece of music to add to this before I call it a quit tonight. I do have to add some titles to this, but I'm not going to do them tonight. I'm too tired. Isn't that funny, Window? I know. So again, any tips for somebody who wants to apply as a bar back? I don't have any. I never worked in a bar at all. Did I miss the Massive Syrups episode? There have been a few Massive Syrup episodes. Would love to see a Netflix How to Drink show. Yeah, that'd be great. I don't know anybody over there. Was tiki or cocktails first? Cocktails came first. Tiki is a 1930s thing. Tyler, that's such a big question. I don't know. You know what I would do? I would check out DSLR video shooter on YouTube. He's got a great channel, Caleb, and he's always on top of the tech and has a great eye for like lower cost stuff. As far as a skill set goes, he's pretty good on like doing lighting tutorials too, but you could find a lot of that stuff online. The only thing I can tell you about lighting that I've never heard anybody else say, but this is true. The most important light is the hair light. It's the light, the backlight that comes in either from above or behind you to light you up from behind. That is the most important light. You see how I have like light here? That is the most important light. Once you have that, you can do anything else you want with the lights. Anything else. This one is the most important one. I never worked in a public bar. I wouldn't know shit about working in a public bar. Here, I'll prove it right now. Watch this. So if I go to desk hair, okay, here we go. Turn that off. Watch what happens. Try and turn it off. Where am I? I'm gone. Now I'm just a face. I'm not a shape. I have no, well, I mean, I have that accent light behind me too. But like, that's it. I'm gone. So you need that, right? That's a little much. Maybe I only need that much. But like, you got to have that to separate you from the background. Otherwise, you know. It's not just a halo. It's just rim light. Yeah. There's no shape. You just disappear. So once you have a rim light, you can kind of do whatever you want. Oh my God, my hair is looking insane. Yeah, I mean, we call it rim light. I've heard rim light. You're a lighting designer. Hair light. I've used that term. Backlight, etc. I have not watched The Bartender Show on Netflix. No, I'm not really into competition shows. With everything you're saying, would you recommend? Would you or wouldn't this field of work YouTubing, or like post production? Would you want the opposite for a bright background? No, you still want it. You still want a backlight on your hair. But you don't want your background to be brighter than your foreground anyway. That's something you got to control for. Pops you out of the background, exactly. But once you've done that, you can decide, like, do I want to be chiaroscuro? That's a valid choice. Do I want to have, no fill light? Do I want to... My fill's over here. Do I want to have no fill and just, like, be, like Rembrandt lighting or whatever? I think Cecil B. DeMille came up with that. No, it wasn't C.B. DeMille. It was, whatever. Don't worry about it. I've explored the idea of doing hot ones as a cocktail show. It doesn't work. What kind of lights to use? Whatever you want, honestly. Personally, for lower cost things, and you're going to find out that lower cost is not cheap, I'm sorry to say, I like Intelitech. They make big soft panels. And these are all Godox TL60s. They're tube lights that are RGB. And then eventually I got a DMX setup, so all my lights are wired up on DMX, so I have different scenes and programs and stuff like that. Oh, I had to learn how to do a mustache. That was a trick. All the years of my youth, no one told me. I would just like trim my full face with like a trimmer, and I was like, man, I can't grow a mustache. Yeah, you need scissors. You got to get the scissors and do across the lip. This hair's got to grow down to the bottom. I don't know why I didn't know that. I had to be taught that. Not smart. 4 functions: visibility, selective focus, modeling, and mood. That backlight is absolutely the most important part for modeling. Yeah. It's funny, I didn't take cinematography courses at SVA, so I never heard that. I don't know if they got taught that in cinematography courses in general, but what? I'm streaming. This is a stream. Can you see me? Yeah, and so there are definitely cheaper lights you can use. There will be limitations, like they might have a fan if they're LED that makes some noise and it's annoying. I get recognized, Benjamin, yeah. I do. Yeah, I get recognized. Some place, it's funny. I mean, we're going to Disney World in like a few weeks because I'm a fucking Disney adult dork. I get recognized there a lot more than anywhere else. We make a game of predicting how many pictures I'll have to take with somebody in a day. I don't get recognized too much around home though, which is kind of nice. You can learn anything in a YouTube video these days. Just find tutorials that are useful. Yeah, I don't know, Cyber Kitten. This guy's talking over my head too. I'd love to learn what they know. Oh, gotcha. USS Enterprise. All right, let's finish this fucking thing. Any idea you can do a sugar substitute? I mean, you can use agave, but like, what do you want to do that's not sugar? Because fructose, sucrose are basically the same thing. Other than that, you have like your artificial stuff, but I'm not into any sports, Henry, but I used to play ice hockey in high school, but even then I didn't watch ice hockey. I just like to play it. And I was into rock climbing for a hot minute, and then I found out just recently there's a rock climbing gym near me, which is one of the places I get recognized actually, because I walked in there, the one dude works, he was like, "You're that guy," which is fine, it's great. I love bouldering, man. I'm so happy to be able to start doing that again. I was doing it in the city for a minute. I would go to this place called Brooklyn Boulders, but it was so fucking far away that I couldn't do it anymore. It was like adding 3 hours to my day. It's too much. Well, Jonathan, there are cocktails that don't have sugar in them. You know, you can make like Manhattans. They don't have added sugar. You can make an old fashioned, has a very limited amount of sugar depending on how you make it. I like mine a little bit sweet. You can use more fruit juices. You could use sweeter fruit juices, fruits. But like martinis have no sugar in them. Yeah, I mean monk fruit, they say it's not sugar. I'm mixed on that. It also like that. Monk fruit is different. I'm thinking of allulose. Allulose is another thing. Yeah, here's the thing, Sean. I'm not into, like I said, I played ice hockey and I didn't watch people play ice hockey. I hate watching people do stuff I like doing. I'm awful. I just do. It just pisses me off that I'm not doing it. I like playing ice hockey. I don't like watching it. I like bouldering. I don't think I'm that into watching people boulder or rock climb. If I needed to learn something, like a specific thing, I'd probably check it out. So I don't really watch much at all. And as far as esports, no, I can't get bit by that bug. I don't watch my channel, Greg. Yeah, it's true. I don't watch a lot of YouTube at all. So, all right, we got one more song to drop in here. Let's do it.
No, nothing's up. I can't see it.
Hold on.
Save it. We got to save what we got here.
I actually never really got into watching actual plays. I watched a little bit to kind of see how other people's setups were working.
Look at how much of that we made. Wow. Negroni. I was like, what are we making?
Pirate, I'm trying to work with whatever I got here. I'm saying look at cocktails where you can use where that call for fruit juice is already and try to add more or something. It's when people ask me what can I do for keto cocktails, I tell them nothing because your body's basically going to turn alcohol into sugar. It's a carbohydrate the way it gets processed. When people ask me like, what about for my diabetes? What can I drink? I don't tell them this, but I'm like, mixing alcohol and diabetes is how my uncle died. So I don't think that I can recommend that one. And I don't think that's a good idea for your health. And when people say, what can I do for no sugar in cocktails? I'm like, I don't think much. There's not a lot of options, man. There you go, 2.8. Thank you for those things. Have I watched Critical Role? I have seen a little Critical Role, but it's not a bug I'm going to get bit by, and I have seen some Dimension 20, of course. Brennan is a friend of mine from college, actually. We went to SVA together, me and Brennan. Talk about people you go to college with. He was on the show. But like, again, I'm just not like the audience for an actual play. I'm just kind of not. What's a good popular sweet drink? You want a sweet drink for scotch. You want a rusty nail. It's the sweet scotch drink.
Why are we 2 ounces? So 2 ounces of our sweet gin.
Just sounds like you're.
Actually, that's the thing though, is that like no sugar. Well, the rusty nail's got Drambuie in it, which has a lot of fucking added sugar.
They're calling it your sweet gin. My sweet gin.
If something is acting as a sugar substance, exactly, it's doing a similar thing in your body. That's right, Henry. A penicillin is sweet, but not. It doesn't read as sweet. It reads as kind of sharp. It's got a lot of ginger. It's got a lot of fire in it. It's a little bit bitey. It is sweetened for balance, but it's not a sweet drink.
Jam.
2 ounces of my sweet gin.
Oh, the sweetest gin. That's supposed to be Southern, by the way. I hope it doesn't read some other way. 2 ounces of Campari. And the reason it's 2 is because we're making 2. Usually you do like 1.5 or 1. I might need to like increase the volume of this overall. 2 ounces of Dolan sweet vermouth. Clumped together. Whoa, that's too much. Okay. All right, we're going for a frozen Negroni. Where, do you like a Negroni? Me either.
What I really like is a Fagroni, especially like on this journey. Because it actually does feel like drinking a cocktail because of the bitterness. Yeah. And so you kind of sip it like a cocktail instead of a fruit juice. So I don't need Negroni, but it's never mind.
That's interesting, Skulls.
We can keep going. If this is a thing, we'll bring back for
I hope that's true. I don't know how that offsets carbon emissions, but sure.
All right, let's see how this frozen Negroni is. I like the Negroni. It's not bad. It's like less aggressively bitter. It's toned down. It is nothing like a frozen drink because it's super bitter. It's less bitter than a regular Negroni. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Check it out.
The noise reduction we did added some sibilance to my voice that I don't love. I think it's going to actually severely impact audience retention on this, which sucks. One thing that is true is that if it's hard to listen to, people will not watch it. Even if they really want to watch it, they're going to lose interest. They just will. There was I had this idea for a, oh, that's funny. I turned that off and I never turned it back on. I need to see that. Yeah, Walking Mirai. I built like a heads up display for the chat. Now here I'm not using it because you guys are right there. But when I'm playing a video game, I really can't take my eyes off the game. And the camera's over there. And I want to see chat. I want to stay active in chat when I'm playing the game. Why do I want to do that? Because I look at my fucking retention and I know that when I'm talking to you guys, you hang out. And the minute I start playing a game, it trails off. If there's some way I can stay on top of the chat and play the game at the same time, it's going to stay flat by the way it works. And so what I did was I basically built a teleprompter that sits in front of me that I look through at my monitor. So I've got chat projected basically on a heads-up display on a HUD. And it works. I talked about making that for a long time on Twitter, and people all said, I'm nuts. Nobody needs that. The viewers understand that you can't engage when you're playing a game. And I was like, they can understand that all they want. It doesn't matter. It's less engaging, and they're not going to stick around nearly as much as if you can stay in chat. Well, guess what? I built the fucking thing, and it works. And when I use it, people fucking hang out. Just because people understand something and will tolerate something does not mean that it's the way it should be done. That it's not an issue.
I dig back in on my sweet fucking Ango ice cream. Negroni. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Check it out. While I dig back in on my sweet fucking Ango ice cream.
Oh yeah.
Good Harold. So what I have is I bought a pane of 3070 glass from Amazon, and that was like, normally that piece of glass, it's a teleprompter glass, so it reflects 30% of the light that hits it and transmits through 70% of the light, right? So, and I mount that at a 45-degree angle between me and the monitor, and then I've got the computer monitor, and then I got another monitor that's horizontal underneath it that is mirror capable, so you can make it so that the image is a mirror image of itself. And then I just put Chatterino into it. It's literally a monitor like any other monitor on my desk. The chat is down here backwards. It hits this mirror, which then reverses it to forward, and I look at it in the air. It's just how a teleprompter works. Is that Antiques Roadshow? I didn't know.
The Ango ice cream has ruined me for the rest of frozen.
It takes less time for these usually, but there was a lot of technical problems on this one.
All I can say about the Negroni after that is fine.
It's fine. Yeah, it's true.
Sure.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It is just fine. It's unbelievable how good this frozen Ango is. Oh my god. God, I love discovering stuff like that. That's so much fun. It pains me. I'm so drunk because I can't finish it.
But those mirrors are usually like $300, and for some reason there's one on Amazon that's kind of a piece of shit, but it's good enough. And it was like $35. I happen to have like a lot of the other equipment I needed just lying around from running this show for so long, so like that was my main expense. So is that song longer? Yeah, that's the one we're gonna use.
Cool, check it out. While I dig back in on my sweet fucking Ango ice cream.
Thank you, Michelle.
The Ango ice cream has ruined me for the rest of frozen drinks of my
It's
life.
unbelievable. It's so good.
Like
what a fun thing to discover.
All I can say about the Negroni after that is fine.
It's fine. Yeah, it's true.
Sure.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It is just fine.
I think I lied about it being longer.
How good this frozen Ango is. Oh my god.
I think electric cars are cool, man. I think they're a great idea.
While I dig back in on my sweet fucking Ango ice cream.
Oh yeah. The Ango ice cream has ruined me for the rest of frozen drinks of my life.
Oh, things.
On our podcast.
Things to click on. Yeah, we got a podcast called Midnight Local. Check it out, hang out with us, and I'll put a link right up here where you can check that out. New episodes every week. Good night. Good luck. Get yourself some Angostura ice cream.
Let's see how this looks and sounds as well.
For real.
That's good. And then if we just do one of these.
Things to click on. Yeah, we got a podcast called Midnight Local. Check it out. Hang out with us, and I'll put a link right up here where you. Things to click on. Yeah.
Beautiful. You don't see electric cars as sustainable? Why not?
You can check that out. New episodes every week. Good night.
It is on Spotify, yes.
Get yourself some Angostura ice cream.
My podcast is available wherever you get your podcasts.
For real.
Perfect. Okay, so the only thing I need to do now is add a couple of titles to this, but this episode won't come out till Thursday. I'm glad I did this because this would have been a whole fucking day if I had to put this off, and I'd be fucking furious. Normally I would never just get up in the middle of the night and do an edit, but Today's episode of How to Drink kind of shit the bed, so I figured let's do a live stream. Save that. Electric cars are a lot more sustainable than cars that just slurp dino juice. Yeah, I think that's right. Isn't that right? That seems right to me. We do need more trains, but man, the U.S. is very, very, very big. I do like trains. I took the auto train to Florida last time, and it was awesome. Super cool. The issue with electric cars is that the energy generated is still dirty energy, and a lot more of it since it's too. No, that is not that is a lie. That's a lie. First off, an electric car can be powered by any energy you provide it, and like gasoline cars only run on fossil fuels, right? So if all the cars were electric, and sometimes you were charging off of solar and wind, even that is better than always burning gasoline. But the only thing that has to happen for all of those electric cars to suddenly not be using fossil fuels is that you the only thing that you would have to do is change the power plant, right? Additionally, even if you're talking about dirty power plants at scale make electricity. Oh, thank you, anonymous user, by the way. Make electricity a hell of a lot more efficiently than a gasoline engine moving. Now, biodiesel sucks. It's bullshit. A lot of the batteries use cobalt. That's not gonna. I mean, poverty mined from places like India and Pakistan. Additionally, the batteries can't be easily recycled. All true stories. Batteries being poverty mined. Have you seen like where oil comes from though? Also poverty mined, by the way. I don't know. I think we're a lot close. I don't know about 10 years. I don't think anybody's saying 10 years, J. Kane. But I think we are genuinely on the route to fusion. Window, I don't know what it is that you're talking about. Like, you just don't like electric cars. I don't know. Like, what do you want? What do you want? I'm getting annoyed. What do you want? Nuclear is good. I'm pro fission. I'm definitely pro fusion. That's a great idea, Brenda Myers. America was built on trains. Not really, though. I mean, we had a lot of trains. We used to have more trains. I would like there to be more trains. The main issue with trains is the way that Amtrak is set up and the fact that it has to share rail with freight. That's it. If we had dedicated passenger railroads in America that did not have to share with freight, then I don't think I think that trains would be a lot more viable, and that's got to do with the way that Amtrak was set up. Yeah, Amtrak has priority, sure. I don't know, Finley's. I think probably not many. Cobalt mining. Modern day slavery in Congo. Well, don't eat chocolate either. Okay, so it's a Congo thing for sure. All I did was cobalt mining, and it's Congo. Is cobalt needed for electric cars? That's a great question. Until recently, most popular EVs contain a battery with cobalt and nickel because it enables them to have a long range and compact size. Tesla and Ford are now transitioning toward a chemistry without cobalt for low range EVs called lithium iron phosphate. Okay. So cobalt isn't the end all be all. I happen to know a guy who works at a company that makes I want to say they're nickel, but I know they're not nickel metal hydrate because those are old. But they're using nickel, which is much more easy to get than lithium and other stuff, and they're very good. I mean, yeah, nuclear waste is tiny. Nuclear waste is tiny little things. It's not really a big deal. You don't think ICE should be banned? I don't know that they'll ever have to be banned. I mean, here's the thing. ICE is banned in California. So California said, I don't know what year it is, but like you're not going to be able to sell a new car with an internal combustion engine in California. California is the 5th largest market in the world. Nobody is making cars just for California. They're making cars. I mean, nobody is making cars for one set of cars for California and another set for America. It's just not going to happen. Ford is all in on electric for a reason. They're never going to shoot nuclear waste into space, and there's no reason to. It's a terrifying and stupid idea. Nuclear waste, that issue, it's a solved problem. It really is. It's a lot of fear, uncertainty, and doubt about that. You want a Stirling engine. Stirling engines don't make enough torque. I'm all for Stirling engines. They're neato. There's not going to be an episode on a Molotov. It's not something I want to joke about. I saw a video about detailing a bunch of innovations in nuclear. Could you run multiple generators in an electric, like torque the wheels, solar, even hydro, whatever, in the engine area as both coolant and power? Yeah, but you get, I don't know. It depends on what you mean. Nuclear is very good. Yep, except I don't think they're using that as a dump. Most of your nuclear waste is stored on site, and it's very tiny, and it's in huge concrete sarcophaguses that can be moved on trains and which don't leak. So, it's kind of not a big deal. The biggest issue with nuclear is it takes a long time to store. Yeah, but you store it in like these big concrete fucking boxes, right? Like it's not gallons and gallons of like liquid in 55-gallon drums. That's just some stupid fucking meme. It's tiny little fucking metal pellets inside of a huge fucking boulder of concrete. But don't forget, you have to feed those genetically modified giant hamsters, and they fart. It depends what nuclear waste it is. What is the half-life? But most people's picture come from The Simpsons. Yes. Yeah, if you falls off a truck, that's not so good. You want to find that. Hydrogen is very low energy density unless you're doing fusion with it. But like actually using like hydrogen as a replacement for gasoline is stupid. Just does not work. It's a boondoggle. It was a lie created by the oil industry to waste money on things that could never replace the oil industry. Kind of like clean diesel, kind of like biodiesel. The algae diesel, all of those things are actual lies created by the oil industry to waste money and time on things that could never possibly replace fuel. Lots of nuclear waste barrels are full of uniforms. Yes, correct. It costs too much energy to use atmospheric CO2 fuel. You mean like taking the CO2 out of the atmosphere and using it as a fuel? Yeah, I mean, if we had fusion, you could do that. But if you had fusion, you could just like not do that too. Fusion makes like some crazy things possible. Ethanol, also low energy density. You're talking about like making what, like wheat? You're talking about making alcohol from wheat and stuff like that. Like in Cyberpunk. Thank you, Bane. Thank you very much. I think there's. Do I play video games? Sure. I think there are some issues with ethanol. I'm not schooled enough to explain you too much. Last time I had Diplomatico was good, but I was less critical then, so I don't know how I feel about it now. I started looking into ethanol years ago, and it was like, okay, yeah, this is not a great idea. Ethanol rots rubber fuel lines. That's not good. If I brewed my own meat, I did a whole episode on it, Hunter. There's infinite energy in the warp. Okay. Chew 2, yeah, that's from Cyberpunk. But they had a genetically modified wheat that made that possible. It's just fantasy fuel. It was a fantasy fuel invented to explain and justify how air cars would be possible. I don't even think it's I think nuclear waste is a solved problem. Yeah, sorry, Emerald. We're also live on YouTube. So, what about fusion to make plants, to make bacon? Yes, now we're talking. Favorite dark rum you can just sip. I'm not really a neat spirits guy anymore. I tried to be that guy for a while. Hydrolysis is horrendously powerful and efficient. Yes, it is. The idea of building a big solar farm. No, it's a joke. Distributed solar makes more sense. Just have your own solar on the roof. Have you ever thought about magnetic roadway? No. What the fuck are you talking about? I've never thought about that. What about steam power? Steam is not power. Steam is a storage, is a place to store power. The power makes the steam, and then the steam moves the power to a place that it does the work. But steam is not power. Magnathor took a fat L last night. Oh, geez, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't know what that means. Magnetic rails are coming along. Cool, neat. Solar roadways. Yeah, I've looked that up. I mean, it seems like a scam because you gotta maintain roads, and roads get potholes, and they break down. Like, and maybe you could put the thing over the top, but who's gonna want to drive in a covered road for miles and miles and miles? There's so many places you can put solar. We don't need to put solar on the road. I think that solar roadways is another one of those boondoggles designed to rob investors of money to never work. Inefficient tech with unlimited supply is potentially appealing unless it's so inefficient that the machinery breaks down continually and it can't work. Yeah, green. There's a lot of people be dumb about nuke. I don't even. What do you want to? What is the purpose of the magnetic roadways? I never got an answer about that. I don't understand how that prevents accidents. There's a water turbine in a car that coolant would get cycled through for a reliable power source. It wouldn't make enough power. Geothermal energy is super cool, but only. Well, actually, geothermal energy is only for certain places, but like I've looked into, you can get geothermal heat for your house and geothermal heat and air conditioning. It does both. And right now, and you're getting 30% off on your taxes for doing it, which is pretty cool. I guess steam works really good. It's the energy density. Yeah, the energy density is a big thing with a lot of these things. Gasoline is pretty much magic, which is kind of true. That's why it's so hard to replace. Geothermal is neither hot nor cool. It is stable. So if you have geothermal HVAC in your house, they drill wells down to where the ground is at a constant 55 degrees, and then you use a heat pump to either rob heat from that 55-degree water, or you reverse the heat pump and use it to pump heat into the 55-degree water. This is how you make both heat and air conditioning from one stable temperature gradient. It's pretty cool. Yeah, nuclear waste is basically solved. I've never listened to The Demon in Me by Dead Swarm. Have you ever looked at the footage from the 11.8 can opener bridge? No. It'll take forever to break down. Yeah, but it's still small. Lots of things take forever to break down. There's tiny. There's anyway. Would I make a D&D video? I've done some D&D drinks in the past. Queso Dip. Recently discovered your channel. Found all myself bringing everything. Love the content. Love your voice. Keep up the amazing work. You love my voice? Oh, thank you. No one has yet explained what magnetic is. Did I see somebody mention Cave Johnson? Right now, Pirate Johnson. Right now, magnetic roadways sounds like something Cave Johnson would invent, because I don't know what the hell they're supposed to do. I just keep getting told that they do things. Magnathor, how long does it take me to clean up after an episode? Weeks, because I walk out of the studio, turn off the lights, and leave the mess there. Then I come in and there's like moldy fruit everywhere. And I'm like, God damn it. I'm so lazy. I feel like Stirling engines don't do enough torque, though. There's an issue there. And that, like, if the Stirling engine was the way to do it, that's what they'd be doing. I think that we've already figured out compressor-based heat pumps, and they work really good. Thank you for the Taiwan dollars. I've never got a Taiwan dollars. Thank you. And I'm glad your journey into cocktails has been fun. Induction. Yeah, that's what I thought it was too, but they said it would stop accidents, Reverend Arrow. Pressure sensitive Guga. Yeah, that sounds like a mechanical device that's going to fail. Charging the cars underneath it. You ever see how fucking hot an induction charger gets? Can you imagine how hot the one that actually gives a car enough power to run? It's a crazy talk. Also, like, copper is not cheap. You're going to have like 3 billion miles of copper under these roadways. It's so dumb. I'm sorry. Pretty full dancing, girl. Thank you. I am contain multitudes. I know about maglev. Yes, we've been talking about it since the 90s. I always wonder how the maglev trains stop. Yep. Movie history videos. Well, I have a whole podcast now about movies, so. Tweakers gonna be bringing up the street. Yes, they will. That's right. The inverse square. I was thinking about that too. Like, you have to be like fucking on top of it. I guess can you use microwave transmission for energy, or is that just from SimCity? Present Greg leaves problems for future Greg. Absolutely. What if you use water slides? How about vacuum tubes? We got to work on the vacuum tubes. Oh man, they did. That's the fucking. Oh my god. Did that Hyperloop come from a goddamned Tenacious D song? What the fuck? I don't like steampunk or biopunk because they're both aesthetics that don't actually ask it. Like, they're non-genres, they're aesthetics. I'm not going to get into that right now. It's okay. I love Atom Punk. I don't know what that means. Oh, I guess I never thought about it, but I mean, I fell in love with Fallout when I was 15. If you meet anything kind of cool when you're 15 years old, you're going to love it for the rest of your life, and you will love it at the expense of everything else. Slaying some steampunk. I have terrible news for you, Skulls. Absolutely nobody slays in steampunk apparel. I'm sorry. I hope that this isn't a crushing blow for your ego. I've never played Kerbal. I tried to once or twice, but I never got into it. I think I remember looking at that it cost a lot of money, or it cost any money, and I was like, I'm not spending money on this. But don't worry, I'm a huge nerd. I have played many hundreds of hours of Dwarf Fortress, and I don't mean recently. I mean when it was text. It was all ASCII. I think people like ICE sports cars for nostalgia. EVs are fucking monsters. Do I have a gaming channel? Not. I mean, I have a Twitch. I'm in Twitch right now. Greg from HTD is over on Twitch, and I do gaming over there. And I might be starting a new YouTube channel that might sometimes involve gaming. Maybe. I will check out. Wait, Starbound, isn't that the new one, or am I mistaken? What's the one? I don't know what Starbound is anymore. Um. Well, that might be true, James. Yeah. I really want that fucking. I would. I'm not really at that. I did play a lot of Magic the Gathering. Um, guys, I'm a nerd. I'm a nerd. Wife and I are saying we would like our next vehicle to be an EV, and personally, I want that Rivian R1S, the SUV that they make. I think that thing is cool as fucking hell. Has a third row, and like a 360-mile range if you get the right options, which is fucking dope. Too bad the acronym MTG is ruined now for sure. I didn't love the D&D movie. That was okay. Brennan, I knew from college. We went to SVA together. We had classes together. I tried to get him to write a movie with me once, and he told me that it was a bad idea, and he was right. But at the time, I was a little put off. Thank you, Custom Cuber. Yeah, so Ford is really breaking new ground in terms of dropping the price of EVs for sure. Fallout 1 and 2 is my shit. Yeah, I am East Coast. Oh yeah, I'm East Coast. You're asking about the time. Yeah, it's a weird thing. Cars, they don't want to sponsor a drinking channel. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna work out for me. I've tried to get Amtrak. I've tried to get the trades. They don't seem that interested in either. Dude, I played so much Warhammer 40K. Are you crazy? Yeah, in high school, D&D, Magic the Gathering, and Warhammer 40K. That's like all my friends and I did. I've never played D&D with Brennan, sadly. No, just never. It didn't really happen. No. We were friendly, but like he had like his own circle of friends, and they were much cooler than my circle of friends. When an EV is $3,600. Okay. Noted. Noted. I don't know. Archer is Archer. Archer gets to do some crazy things. Faction. I was mostly humans. Mostly Space Marines of some kind. I had a Grey Knight army for a really long time. You can't make it through Fallout 2? Oh, Fallout 2 is so good. I don't like flying. Killer Chaos. I actually have like a hard. I need therapy and probably drugs and maybe even drug-based therapy to help me with my flying. I would like to get over my flying thing. I mean, maybe ketamine can help me. I never played 40K Martyr. I don't even know what that is. I mean, I grew up with Fallout 1 and 2, so for me, they're like, that's the shit. No, I never did Ultramarines. I never had that. I like Fallout 1 and 2 pretty equally. Fallout 2 has like some minor quality of life improvements that meant I played it a lot more than Fallout 1. I love Reno. That's the best part of Fallout 2. That's the other thing. I like boats a lot. Much boating. It is a little before your time. It was really hard. Fallout 4, I played for an hour or 3, and I really hated it. Did you ever go into the flying phobia? I thought you said you would in an after. Oh, all right. I'll tell you that story. I've talked about it on camera a few times. I guess you missed it, Jacane, but I'll do this for you, Jacane. In 2001, I, like so many of my friends and generation, enlisted in the Army. I had an airborne unassigned contract. I did my OSIT, which is what the infantry does. It's basic and AIT combined into one very long fucking basic. And then I went to airborne school. Actually, then I went to, because they decided I was going to be a missileer, I went to school for the Javelin missile system. And I showed up, and the teacher said, "This school is full. Raise your hand if you're infantry." And me and like 4 of the dudes raised our hands, and they said, "Come outside with us." And it was like supposed to be like a 2 or 3 week class. And we go outside, and the sergeant says, "Listen to me. Can you guys read?" Or like, "Yes. The instructions are on the fucking missile. You all pass." It's like, "Oh, okay." And so then I went to airborne school, and I really liked it. I loved it. Jumping out of airplanes was fucking awesome. I was really into it until that jump number 5, when I had what is called a catastrophic entanglement with another jumper, and very, very narrowly survived uninjured, actually, mostly, although my knees are all fucked up and my back is pretty much a disaster too. And I think that was at least part of it, because I hit the ground pretty hard. And I've had a real hard time flying ever since. So I'm not going to say I never flew again. I did, for about a year, manage to fly a few times. But yeah, flying is a rough one for me. I just feel like I'm having not feel like I'm having a panic attack the entire time I'm in the air. Just kind of like desperately kind of managing that shit. Not service related. Yeah, my discharge was all bungled up anyway. I've never actually even... We're not going to talk about it. I like Dwarf Fortress. Am I a trains guy? I'm not like a trains guy the way somebody might be a trains guy, but I think trains are neat. I like trains. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your brother that way. I have an uncle by marriage who is Swedish, and when I met him when I was a young boy, he was really into paragliding. That was what he did. He had a paragliding school. I don't know who Kevin Goss is. I'm so sorry. And he has since stopped because like 7 of his friends have died in paragliding accidents. And finally, him and his 2 friends, like him and his 1 friend who were still alive, was like, "We have to stop. we got to stop doing this." I remember one time we were talking about, I had done something for Red Bull. I was an editor on this like wingsuiting thing, and he was like talking about how fucking dangerous it is, and how crazy you have to be to wingsuit, and how like you oh, Drac, I fucking hate guns. I truly hate guns. I think that all guns should be melted in the sun. I would choose no gun at all. I don't even know what a GL is. So, anyway, I'm like, yeah, just like fair warning, I'm like hyper anti-Second Amendment. The whole thing, scrap it. So, and he was like talking about how nuts they are and how like, you know, he's like, "I just saw this guy die. Like, you know, they die all the time." And I just like, you know, what you say, right? Without thinking, I was like, well, you know, I guess they died doing what they love. And like, he just got ice cold. I was like, "No, they didn't." I was like, "What?" He goes, "Just before the end, they fell out of love with it. I promise." And I thought about it for a minute. I was like, "Oh yeah, that's true." I think I came across, isn't that Style Project? That's like the stick figure fighting thing. YouTube is my full-time job. And thank you, Desert Punk, for the raid. Thank you very much. Have you got any? I still don't know what a GL is. Not limited to guns. A GL is a legit source. Well, I'm sorry, Snatch Squatch. Can't help it. Oh, grenade launcher. Jesus. Gotcha. A weapon system I had to qualify on. It's a bad way to go, wingsuit dude. Yeah. Man, that's awful. Planes freak me out. I could never imagine jumping. I like jumping more than flying. So once I got in a parachute, I was in control. I don't like the lack of control. I don't want to get into a Second Amendment argument tonight. It just takes too long. But yeah, it doesn't help you. It makes you less safe and increases your level of risk. And I do think that there's like a lot of people who just like think that they treat the Constitution like it's a holy text. And I'm not saying that like flippantly. I mean like quite literally. There is a term, the secular cult of Americanism, I think is the term that gets thrown around. But like you make yourself beholden to this single document that was written like almost 300 years ago by dudes who thought it was cool to own other people. Even when that document tells you to do things that are bad for your life. And like, that's like what cultists do. That's some cult shit. So yeah. No, I was static line. Yeah, bubble bath. But you still steer once you're in a static line. It's a myth. It's a myth that you don't have any steering. Not a cigar guy. Nobody's perfect, sure. Yeah, and also like I gotta say too, if like me disagreeing with you on the gun thing is a reason to unfollow, like I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Like I've actually been shot at a couple times, so I'm not speaking from no experience. I used to repossess cars. I don't think bullets are that cheap either, to be honest. But yeah, you need a repo story. One time we were repoing this car. I felt really bad about it because it was like a college age girl and she was super duper nice. And honestly, I probably thought she was kind of cute. And she was just like really cool. Like so many people you meet and they just try to fucking kill you. And she was just like, oh yeah, okay, no problem. I'm so sorry. And she was going to college, and then she said, "Oh, but wait, can I get some things out of my car?" And we were like, "Yeah, of course you can get things out of your car." Cool. I need to get my cat. And we were like, "What?" And then she opens the trunk and pulls out a frozen cat that she had for some bio class she was in. She had to dissect it. So Jam Gabar had a home invasion. This is over on Twitch, not a gun owner. This is one thought I had about like an argument, right? That's a good repo story. This is just one thought I have lately. It's like sometimes when you like talk to these gun people, that sounds pejorative. When you talk to people who want to have a gun for home defense, you'll eventually get to a point in that conversation where you say, "But like, are you really going to shoot somebody over TV?" And I've had people say this, and so I think that you're getting this from this is probably some like stock talking point that comes out of the Heritage Foundation or the NWA, and they say, "Yeah, like you're gonna take somebody's life over a TV." Like, well, they're taking my life, right? Because to get that TV hypothetical or whatever it is, I had to exchange irreplaceable hours of my life as labor to make the money to buy that. And so if you steal those things from me, it is the same as cutting off a piece of my life. So yes, I'll defend that with violence. And it's a position that I didn't until really have a response for, because like if that's what you believe, like all I can say is I disagree. But now I have an actual response, which is, okay, you value the hours of your life. Have you considered, just do this math. I want you to add up the cost of acquiring your firearms, the cost of going to the range and practicing with it, all the cost of the ammunition, which I know is expensive, right? Add all of that stuff up. I would actually say you should value the time you spend doing it. Personally, I would say you should at least price that time at double whatever your hourly rate is at work, because it's time that you could be doing a lot of other things, like spending it with your kids or anything, as opposed to work, right? So it's at least worth twice what your work is, right? Learning a new skill, learning a new job, whatever. Add all of that up, okay? If you want to be really honest, we're going to assume that you've just killed somebody over TV. Figure out how much time and money the therapy you're probably going to have to do is going to cost. And also, you're probably going to have to go to court. You're going to have to legally defend yourself, all of that stuff. Add all of that up. And now put that in one column. And now put that in the other column, the cost of insuring your possessions. And ask yourself, where are you spending more of your life that you can't replace? Which one actually, in real dollars, costs a lot more? I mean, insurance is fucking cheap for personal possessions. I never had Connects growing up. Don't show up with a bunch of black masks and try to mark me or something. Okay, no problem. Life happens fast. I don't always temper my words. It's 2:30 in the morning and I'm really tired. I can get pretty fucking heated about this shit. Did you see the thing the other day? I mean, it was literally, I just shared it on Twitter. It was an article the other day. Oh, thank you, pretty full dancing girl. I'm glad I passed the vibe check. My vibes are way, way up here a lot of times. I'm just beat. There was just an article about fucking Florida the other day that I shared. It boggles my mind. These two dudes got like real road ragey with each other. They were like brake checking each other, driving their trucks, throwing bottles out the window at each other and shit on the highway, water bottles or whatever. And like these are, from reading it, it's like these aren't like beat up old 1987 fucking Dodge S10s or whatever. Like these guys are driving, short bed, 4-door luxury fucking pickups with their families in them. And at some point, one dude's wife flips off the other dude and he pulls out a gun and fires a shot at the car, which hits their 5-year-old daughter in the leg. The guy whose daughter was hit, his response was to pull out his gun and chase the guy down and fire 8 shots into his car, which hit the 14-year-old daughter in the back in the chest and collapsed her lung. Both cars were stopped by a patrol car, at which point they got out and started fighting, and the cop had to break up the fight to arrest them. So neither one of these dudes stopped when their kid got shot to get them medical help. Their immediate response was revenge. They didn't even stop to help their kids when they got out of the cars. They continued to fight. But they just hope never to have to use it, right? I carry it every day. I never want to use it though. And obviously that's not everybody, but it's enough of somebody. Insurance can replace TVs, but can't replace you. Yeah, but like Bubble Bath, really though, seriously, in real talk here, man, like look up, and now I'm getting a little bit heated, look up how many like lethal home invasions or even like violent home invasions happen in a year, and then look up the increased risk and shortening of lifespan that is associated with gun ownership. Again, like just imagine for a minute that you're playing blackjack and you have to play the smartest odds you possibly can and not go with your gut. Just that's all. Well, Halloween, and I'm gonna really piss some people off. People always say like what we need are psychological evaluations before you can own a gun, and I don't always tell them. When I feel like having a fight, I tell them this, but like, oh shit, I forgot I'm talking about this on YouTube. I'm only supposed to talk about this stuff on Twitch. Fuck. Oops. Ugh, we have to delete this fucking live stream. No, but I was gonna say. No, I was just gonna say. What was I gonna say? I had a useful point here. yeah. So we need to have a better mental screening before you can own a gun. First off, how many guns do I own? Zero. Uh, but I've shot a lot of them, and been shot at by them. So, anyway, sorry. If you look at, well, what you're gonna probably not like Maniac is that a lot of it is self harm, and people and domestic violence, people killing their own families. A lot of it, a disturbing amount of it. Most Second Amendment people are going to say, "Oh, it's suicide. That doesn't fucking count. They're just going to kill themselves some other way." But we have data that says that they won't. So, anyway, Greg lost media. I don't know what that means. Anyway, I was just going to say is if you look at the fact that owning a gun is going to make your life less safe, shorten your life expectancy on average, make the people around you, their lives less safe. It's going to escalate every encounter you have to lethal. And, I know you don't like to think this, but like you are one bad day away from having a mental health episode. You think that your brain is in perfect working order until the day it's not. And there's not a good warning for that a lot of times. It just fucking happens. And you put all of that together and you still think that the gun is going to make you more safe, then you're not very rational. And I don't think you're mentally fit to own a gun. It's a catch-22. I think that if you think you need a gun in America to make you more safe, you probably aren't fit to have one. So I don't know what kind of mental health screening you guys want. I always hear too that like we need better training. I'm like, the people who are shooting each other know guns are dangerous. Like that's why they're shooting each other. I don't know what the training is supposed to do. These aren't accidental discharges. Kind of like wanting to be president probably means you shouldn't be. Yeah, probably. You have a lot of trust in people and police institutions. I just have a lot of trust in data. You don't have to trust well, first off, I do trust people actually. And do I trust police institutions? It's more complicated, but not really. But also, like, I don't think it for me matters very much. But like, I just go by the numbers, man. Just go by the numbers. What do I think about life extension? I'm all about it, man. I want to live fucking forever. 10,000 years sounds awesome. I don't care about going through space. I don't want to go anywhere in space. I want to stay right here on this gorgeous fucking planet and just watch like 10,000 years of sunsets on the beach somewhere. Fucking want it. I am so about it. So about it. Hmm. Hey, you. I had a villain in a D&D game that was kind of lurking in the background. And he wasn't like a big villain. He was just a piece of shit. But he was Dacian spear dancer or whatever I was going to call him. Dacia is a place in my campaign setting. They use these like really long fucking 12-foot pikes, but they're super nimble with them. And he had like a whole like threatening monologue in my brain that one day I'll get to unveil this. And it was all about how it takes a really special kind of person to kill with a spear. Because with a sword, you're defending yourself. The guy's in reach, right? Like he's right there. You have to kill him in order to survive. With a bow and arrow, you're separated from your target. They're really no threat to you, but they're way over there. And when the arrow hits them, you don't feel it. But when I kill you with this spear, I'm directly connected to your body, and I know you can't reach me, and I'm going to do it anyway. It was just basically like explaining like I'm a real fucking sociopath. I saw some girl on TV on TikTok talking about bear spray, which I never thought about, but she's like, no, bear spray fucks humans up. I was like, that's a very cool idea. I never thought about bear spray. Everything's good, Axel. I think travel through space is gonna suck. I think that space travel sucks. I think even if you were on the fucking a Galaxy class Enterprise, it sucks. You're like holodeck is cool, I guess, but like it's also real, not real. Would I go to the moon? Fuck no. What the hell's on the moon? There ain't nothing on the moon. I would spend a year in Key West instead. I want to trip on space acid with Data. Yeah, tear gas gets you though. I don't know, Miss School. It's really hard for me. I want to, but the time sink and then the reward for doing an actual play. I was about to. I really was. I'd like spent money on it. We were all fucking systems go. And I decided it's way too much stress and just forget it. Anyway, guys, I do need to call it a night. I'm way past my bedtime, and I'm going to get up and do human stuff tomorrow. So I'm going to call it a night. You guys have been great. Thank you so much. You'll spend 10,000 years looking at sunsets, but you don't want to see the moon view. Yeah, but man, you got to see the sunset at Mallory Square. It's real special. Everybody, stay safe out there. Good night. Good luck. Stay beautiful. Baby. I never know how to end a stream. I'm the worst at it, so I'm just going to push this button. Bye, and thank you.